which were taken for investigation were were returned with no report. And up until today, nothing happened.
In paragraph 25 of your testimony, Minister Mkhunu actually testified before this committee that the continued activity or operation of the PKTT beyond 2022 was actually illegal. You are saying that you attended a meeting of the IMC in February 2022, where the IMC actually took a resolution to enhance and also extend the term of operations of the task team. Was the minister not aware of this extension?
Thank you,
If
Honorable.
not, why would he choose to deliberately mislead the committee?
I don't think it was even an extension. The IMC's meeting were continuing, and I think in those meetings, then decisions would be taken to say the team needs to continue and it needs to be strengthened. So there was never a point of an intention to actually curtail the functioning of the team. For Minister Mkhunu to say that it's existent beyond 2022 was illegal, I wouldn't be able to answer as to what informed that. But in the environment that we operate in operationally, we do not term any end of any intervention as illegal. For example, you would have authority for the team to be deployed. So as long as that is still in force, if it's an information not approved for the deployment, that particular operation has to proceed. So the illegality for me, it's not even supposed to be in this discussion. Thank you, Honorable.
What would be the standard measure of the effectiveness of any task team, which would actually, inform the decision whether to extend its life or to terminate its life? What would be the standard yardstick that you would use to actually determine whether indeed a task team actually is effective?
If I may maybe use the Manguzi team as an example. I think we had problems in Manguzi, particularly in relation to, I think there was an issue of stock theft, there was an issue of escape at the time, and I think the issue of the Mozambican cross-border issues. And a full team was deployed there to sit. But as time progressed, the problems and the challenges were probably, let me say, stabilized, and we had to decommission. So after an assessment in terms of looking at the crime picture, pre the intervention and post the intervention, and we look probably at the addressing of the people that we would have deemed our either person of interest or suspects or targets. And once the environment gets into what we could term a stable environment, then you begin to decommission. And decommissioning, you also inform. For example, I was informed as the head of detectives to say, this is the instruction based on the assessment, then we are decommissioning. And we as the detectives, because we still had dockets, we then had to ask for an extension, particularly for investigators. So that's basically the standard that we use. In the Western Cape, we've had lockdown, now we're on lockdown 3, because the problem persists. So you strengthen the team based on the assessment that actually we are generating more crime in the environments of the gangs than actually neutralizing. So what do? You then force multiply and bring in more capacity to stabilize. Thank you.
Now, who generates that kind of a report? How does it actually land on the desk of the minister?
Within the police, we have got what we call the National Operational Coordination Center, and that is the central hub or the fusion center for all our operations. There are people who are receiving reports from all the ends, particularly on these projects, and as they receive, and then an assessment is compiled that shows the picture of what we are dealing with. And based on that, and then a determination is made to either decommission or strengthen the teams.
Would that process have been followed in relation to the PKTT report upon which the minister actually based his decision to disband the PKTT?
The NOCC, General Kumalo, before he became the project manager for the PKTT, he was actually the national head of operations, intervention operations at the NOCC. That's why he then got involved with the project. And that structure then appoints a project leader. It is driven from there. The PKTT was no different. That's why even the budget had to go through the NOCC for approval.
At the meeting of the 6th of March, which you attended with the minister, General Spear was actually very unhappy with the presentation that was made there. And his sentiments were actually shared by the minister and the chief of staff. Is it normal operations procedure in the SEPs, given the fact that you actually have been there, you know, even before the tenure of Minister Mkhun, to have a chief of staff actively participating in operational matters of the South African Police Service? Point of actually expressing his position on matters that are being discussed.
If the committee can permit me to use the military terms of the chief of staff, and that would be your staff officer. Normally your staff officer, like I have behind me, wouldn't participate in management meetings unless maybe for a point of clarity for record keeping. So I'm not sure, maybe this was something that was agreed upon to say that he can participate, but I'm really not aware of any situation where we would have the chief of staff or the staff officer participating in executive management meeting.
Thank you. In paragraph, well, my colleagues have actually asked the question about the exclusion of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi in the whole process. And I'm concerned that perhaps by omission, you also may be actually also lump up with the group that actually deliberately, you know, excluded Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Because when you were actually approached to actually receive the files and start, you know, the process of, you know, winding up the operations of all those dockets, I don't hear you saying that you actually picked up the phone and contacted Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Why was that?
During the process, I think I explained that from the parliamentary meeting, General Mkhwanazi was there. So in my view, he was in the know in terms of the project. And if anybody were to call General Mkhwanazi, it would not have been myself and General Mkhwanazi because we were implementing. It would have been either the DNC or the National Commission. And I think upon realizing that he is not part of, and then I began to express my reservation. In essence, I was not part of those who actually would have deliberately excluded him. On the contrary, I understood the process because I deal with the PCs on a daily basis. Thank you, Honorable.
Where were the dockets kept from the day when they were actually collected from KZN to head office? From head office, an attempt was made to return them back to KZN. But where were they kept? Who was actually having authority over those documents at the time?
It was the Office of Serious and Violent Crimes, General Motsipe and Brigadier Kopodi Tata. So they were kept within the SVC environment at National, General Motsipe and Brigadier Kopodi Tata,
Not in your office.
not in my office. Maybe let me say, Honorable Mwango, never in my office.
Do you still stand by your view in relation to the disbandment of PKTT as expressed in paragraph 73, if I'm not mistaken?
I still stand by the view, Honorable.
The view which actually says that you, and I'm going to quote you, in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT, it is my view that the minister should not have unilaterally decided on the disbandment of the PKTT or any operational team for that matter, as these fall within the mandate of the National Commission. You still stand by that?
I still stand by that, Honorable. Thank you.
Paragraph 101. You attended this function where Mr. Matlala was, there, whatever happened there, but you actually got a sponsorship from Medicare 24. And this was in around October, November. And I want to believe that by that time already, Matlala must have been already on the radar of the South African police investigation mechanism. Why did it elude you that this man is actually already on our radar because of some alleged criminal activities, to a point where you would still be to go to him and actually ask for sponsorship?
Before even engaging on this particular request for sponsorship, there was no profiling done from my office. And I think I relied more on supply chain when they were doing their vetting of the sponsor. But I must say that post the events with Gauteng General Mbuso Khumalo, DPC, we then drew that profile. I think I did say to Honorable Malema that at the time when you are doing these things, and Honorable Malema is that we should think better. That was not something that crossed my mind at that time.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, General.
So much, Honorable Mwango, Honorable Sols. 20 minutes to 6, and at 18 hours, your time ends.
Good evening, General.
Good evening, Honorable Stolz.
You know, I must join properly with Honorable Skosana that we trust God for the complete healing of your son. We plead the blood of Jesus over him. No weapon formed against him shall prosper. We believe.
Amen.
Amen. General, I'm also sorry, man. Unfortunately, when you stood up and you showed your beautiful body, I chose not to look because I'm a man with many holes. And I'm prone to temptation. And what makes it worse, is I changed bags. So I left my Bible in the other bag. So I feel spiritually vulnerable. So to protect myself, I looked away. I'm a man with many holes. General, so I love the fact that when you testify, you emphasize that you are about process and not personalities. I love that about you. So, based on your testimony, did you follow process consistently?
In my knowledge, I followed process.
I accept your testimony that the minister did not follow process about how he went about the disbandment of the PKTT. Now, you state in paragraph 73 that the minister should not have unilaterally decided to disband the PKTT. And by your own account, you had one of the best working relationships with Minister Ntolo. Better than any other political principal, you say. Throughout your 27-year career, did you use this relationship to advise the minister that this process was wrong?
In response, Honorable Souls, I want to say that in my clarification, that at the beginning of the process, I was not involved. And I think when I got involved, then there was those two briefings, the 5th and the 6th of March, 2027. 2025. Yeah, 2025. Sorry, I'm getting the dates wrong now. And General Mkhwanazi was in one of those meetings. So in my understanding, process is followed because General Mkhwanazi is in the know, until I realized later that actually he wasn't. But I think at that time, it was too far in the process to even engage. Minister Mkhunu never engaged with me on the PKTT matters except for the other projects. So in that regard as well, I don't think we ever discussed it. Even if post General Mkhwanazi's discussion with me, I were to advise him to say, but the manner in which it happened actually has caused the organization problems. It would have been after the fact.
Okay. Tell me, how do you feel about the fact that you, such an high-ranking officer with so much skill, and how do you feel about the fact that a person who the most training he got in intelligence was an after-school youth empowerment program, and biggest experience he has is as a tavern owner, Mr. Brown Mokotse? How do you feel about the fact that he knew before you?
Sitting in this chair, I think I'll be lying to say any other than it was surprising, any answer than that it was surprising. But also, if what he says is true, then definitely we have a big problem within the organization. I spoke about compartmentalization. I spoke about what regulates, even us internally discussing cases. In some of the cases that I would deal with, you'll find that one of the generals probably is a suspect. That's why we then don't discuss those things. But if these things are actually available to the outsiders, it is a cause for concern.
Although the minister in his directive said immediately, we then see later on that there was general consensus and everyone opted for winding down. So would you agree that it was now no longer immediate. There was now a new process of winding down.
The meeting of the 6th and that decision basically dealt away with the immediate. And I think the posture towards the disbandment was now on winding down or a process driven
So after consultation,
disbandment. Yes.
so after consultation, the minister settled with the proposal of the national commissioner not to do immediate, but to go winding down. Is that a yes? Or?
Maybe before I respond, may I ask you to please repeat so that I get the gist before I make a wrong
The minister on 31st,
inference?
when you are not around,
Yes.
says immediate disband. Later on, there's discussions going on, and the national commissioner advises that the immediate disbandment is not going to work. You must do winding down. The minister then agrees with this, and the immediate approach is done away with, and now a winding down approach is taken formally. Do you agree that the minister, after consultation, agreed and subjected himself to the winding down process?
The minister agreed, and maybe why do I say so? In that meeting, the minister would have been the ultimate decider because he's the chairperson. So when I say the plan was tentatively approved, it means the minister agreed.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable Salt.
You say that the mission, the vision of the minister that you celebrate him for was to capacitate detectives. Just take us through paragraph 71. You just briefly let us know why are you saying you celebrate him for his vision? Why?
When the minister came into the police, I think the first thing he asked was for us to come up with a plan on, actually the issue was more on the docket load on the system, but also cases which were older, which would deem backlog. And I think his request was, what can we do to deal with the backlog? And we had to define the old cases, as we would call them, in terms of what we would need to do to reduce the workload. And we came to the conclusion that these would be cases that are older than 2 years, but I think we are focusing more on contact crimes like murder and rape. And we then had a plan that we would then, I think we then did a scientific study where those dockets were counted to say, this is the number of dockets, how many people would we then need? And we costed that. And the minister said he will even approach Treasury if there's no funding. Lo and behold, General Dimpane did provide funding. That's why then we were able to recruit those detectives. But also further, in adding to the minister's initiative, the national commissioner also added in terms of the number of detectives. I think we were given 4,000 detectives from the colleges, and we were given 600 personnel for local criminal record center.
So you celebrating for his vision to capacitate detectives, bring more detectives, so that there is better service on local police station level. Is that my understanding? Is my understanding correct?
I am not sure if celebrate would be the right word. I think for me, it was to appreciate.
All right.
Yes.
But is that what you're appreciating for?
Not only that, like I said, there was another project of the Baxter subs, which he personally drove. And even now with Mr. Kachalia, he's also driving. We had a meeting recently with the CEOs of your telecoms as well as of the banks, and also the expansion of the forensic science laboratory.
Yeah.
Yes.
So based on that vision that you appreciate him for, and which he introduced, in line with this disbandment of the PKTT, to say that this expertise must not sit in one temporary task team, we must empower local stations. Do you think that that was his reasoning, to capacitate nationally rather than concentrate it in one place?
I don't agree.
Yeah, please. I mean, I'm trying to find out from you. I'm
Yeah.
putting it to you.
If my memory serves me correct, General Musikili and I at some point came up with a concept called GIST. It's the Joint Investigation Support Team, which was something similar to PKTT, where we were saying, it is more effective to have a team of multidimensional competencies under one roof when you investigate a case. I want to use one case that we dealt with, I think in Gauteng South, where the child was found dead, and we had to use all the under one roof to be able to then plot the suspect on the day. It's nothing unusual. It is to enhance your investigation. At the station level, you wouldn't have that. But at national, we can garner resources and support the investigation team. So I would say the idea was not to empower the stations, but maybe rather to just deal with the task team.
Okay. You would know better. So we know that the reality is that it wasn't disbanded immediately. You all then embarked together. Now it's operational. Now you get directors from the national commissioner. And then you say you all developed a plan. You say we developed a plan. Who's we? For the implementation now of the
Yes.
disbandment over a processed time.
Just for correction, Honorable Source, the National Commissioner never gave a directive. I think the directive came from General Sibia. And based on that, then we in this context, it's myself and General Kumar.
When did General Sibia give the directive for it?
On
Are you
the-
saying he gave you a directive to develop a plan?
No, for the handing over. Nobody gave a
But the
directive.
handing over
Yes.
was part of the plan that you and General Kumalo developed.
There's an instruction to disband or disestablish or decommission.
Yes.
The next step is to talk about the how, the modality of how it can be done.
Yes.
That is now when the plan is developed.
Yeah. Who then gives the how? Because now the minister says immediate, there's consultation, they agree, winding down. Now the winding down process is not the minister's process. It is the national commissioner's process that the minister now agrees with. Minister steps back, national commissioner comes forward, he says, here's the how of winding down, correct?
Yes.
So now he directs. And then he sends a report on the 22nd of January, as you state here, to General Kumalo, outlining. And then you now have to develop a plan on how this process, phase by phase, is going to play itself out, correct? That's what I'm talking about. You and General Kumalo then does this plan. What do you call the plan? What's the name of the plan?
The disbandment implementation plan.
You see? It's the how.
Yes.
And who named it that?
It was us who are the operative tasked
Yes.
with the process.
Why did you name it that? Because now you have the how written down, developed by yourselves. And that how written down included a phase, which is the handing over phase of dockets in a report and a plan that you drafted, correct?
You are correct.
You say, did you testify that General Mkanazi did not know about the disbandment at the time when you called him?
My call to him was in relation to the dockets, sorry. In relation to the dockets. And so he didn't know that the dockets were in Pretoria.
But he knew about the disbandment.
Post his July 6th press briefing and post his testimony, when he engaged with Chief of Staff, so he knew already of the disbandment. I'm basing my answer on his testimony.
At the time when you called him, did he know, according to you?
Of the disbandment, yes, but not of the dockets having been in Pretoria.
So he didn't know that the dockets, so what you mean in your affidavit is not that he didn't know about the disbandment, is that he didn't know that the dockets left KZN for Pretoria.
Maybe let me rephrase.
Please.
According to his testimony, I think he knew of the intention, but I'll be lying to say he knew of the process that General Khumalo and I started based on his response.
I want to understand,
Yes,
are you saying that he didn't know that the dockets left KZN?
that's exactly what I'm saying.
All right.
Thank you, Honorable.
If you say so, in your affidavit, paragraph 59, you say Brigadier Kunene informed another brigadier that he will not be in a position to receive the dockets without a directive from the provincial commissioner. And when he said, I won't receive it because I need to hear from the provincial commissioner whether I can receive it back. That's how it came about that you had to call General Konazi, correct?
Yes.
Now, with such a man, with such clear military precise chain of command, not know that the dockets is gone? To receive the dockets, they say, we can't receive it if we don't hear from the provincial commissioner. To let go of the dockets, they say, let it go without him knowing. That's a big contradiction.
I would like to take you back to General Mkhwana's testimony in this particular committee, where he said when he learned that the dockets left the province, he was very angry with General Khumalo.
Now, I understand that.
Yes.
But somebody at KZN gave it. Or did National just go in there and take it?
The dockets were with the team.
Which team?
So the PKTT.
In KZN?
Yes.
So someone in the PKTT team gave the dockets?
Yes.
I'm asking, they were willing to give it without letting the provincial commissioner know. They were not willing to receive it without him knowing.
Brigadier Gunan is not part of the PKTT. So General Khumalo was the project manager. Now this is the issue of.
Oh, I see what
yeah,
you're saying. So
yeah.
General.
Brigadier Gunene indeed could not have known.
Yes.
Yes.
So General Khumalo went to take the docket.
Yes.
And no one questioned because it was him that took it.
I suppose, yes.
So General Mkhwanazi was angry with General Khumalo.
Because he didn't know that the dockets were taken.
So General Khumalo doesn't tell the provincial commissioner he's taking the docket.
I'm trying to recap in terms of what I said earlier on this particular matter. And I said that General Khumalo and myself did not have the responsibility of treating General Mkhwanazi.
Sorry. Chair, are we not getting 30 minutes? What is the problem?
He is.
How do you agree without me on 20? I know, Chair, I didn't agree on 20 now. You're gonna stop me at 20? Chair, I didn't agree on 20. I worked on 30 here. Earlier when I was here, my understanding was it was 30. you said earlier we receiving 30. So I worked on 30. No, it's not unfortunate. I wasn't here. Chairperson?
Thank you so much, Honorable Souls, for that
No.
understanding
No,
that,
Chairperson. That's
yeah,
very unfair.
that your time has ended.
You didn't tell me I have 20 minutes.
Yeah. Let me remind you that
I thought I heard 18:15.
I told you that your time is ending at 18 hours.
I thought you said 18:15. There was definitely no way.
You can ask the honorable members
I wasn't here.
in your
Chairperson.
neighborhood, they will tell you the chair has announced
They threw me under the
that,
bus.
that your time is
May I
ending.
have 5 minutes to conclude?
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. You are bad colleagues. No one here told me. General, let me conclude very fast here because my fellow colleagues, who was present at the party that General CBR gave?
General Chairman, I arrived around 8 o'clock because we left, I think we were at her home. We then drove together. When we arrived, there was Brigadier Mtembu, there was General Shibiri, and I also saw Sergeant Nkosi, and there was also General Fani. Yes.
And this is not the National Commissioner?
No, he was not on this day. He was not there.
Not that day?
Yes.
Okay, so you're speaking about a different Fani?
No.
Fani.
Fani is General Molefe Fani, Dr.
Or
Fani.
the son
Not
of
General.
Fani Massimo.
No, don't waste his time. He doesn't have time. General Fani appeared before us. He knows him very well.
Okay.
Just say the Fani who appeared before you.
Yes.
Because
So
he doesn't have time. He is on the benevolence of the chair.
yeah, so the other parties, all generals was present.
It would differ. Like I said, there would be those where I would not be invited, and I think they would be there. Then also they would be there when we are all there.
Okay.
Yeah. And I must
Let
say.
me rather, sorry, General, I
Okay.
literally have 2 minutes. You
Yeah.
know, you say you didn't trust the people at the party or the generals, and you usually take somebody with. These parties, you're 100% sure there's no baby oil there?
No, it was not the DD party, if you
Now-
want me to put it
Now,
like
why
that.
do you say you don't trust the generals, and that because you are concerned about discomfort amongst generals? That's the first question. The second question is, if you don't trust generals, how must the South African population trust the generals? Those are my two questions, because by the time you finish, my time will be up. Two questions.
Okay. And I'll answer them very swiftly. Thank you very much, Honorable Source. I didn't say I don't trust the general. I just said I had discomfort going alone at these parties, which for me would make sense. I would go there and I wouldn't know anyone and I would be sitting alone. So better I go with my sister, but also it becomes an easy escape route to say, hey, the person I'm with wants to leave.
Okay.
So it was just about the
You are
general.
very good. I love what you just did. That
Yes.
gives me chance for the last one.
Okay.
Why didn't you give the fridge to a long-serving cleaner or someone working in maintenance? You give it to someone who can afford a fridge.
Like I said, I think I acted on the feet on that day and appreciating what General Sibia, he came in as the DNC and he did. If I were to redo that decision, actually, I would do it. Otherwise, unfortunately, it is what it is. I thank you.
Keep on loving yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
And,
Honorable.
Top model out of here will clap for you. Thank you for your benevolence, Chair.
In the Lord we trust. The God that we pray never fails us. Honorable vessels,
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good evening. I think it's already evening, General.
Good evening, Honorable Vessel.
General, let's go back to the party. You spoke to it just now with regards to who the other generals were in attendance. But were there any other service providers or suppliers at that party other than Madlanga?
Honorable Vessels, I don't know sub-service providers, and I think on that day, we were basically sitting on the side static. I know there were a lot of people, but on that day, the only person that I remember was introduced to me is Advocate Chauke, but I didn't see any other people.
Okay, so it's not normal practice. You attended a lot of these parties, you testified. So it's not normal practice that suppliers and service providers were invited to General Sibiya's parties, or was it?
I really wouldn't know because I wouldn't know service providers.
Okay. At this party now, and you testified earlier that General Tema introduced you to, or pointed out who Kat Madlanga was, and also introduced you to his wife. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Who suggested that you approach Kat Madlanga for a sponsorship?
It was General Tema, and I must give context again, because she was the head of basic policing where trainees is, so she knew Mr. Madlanga.
Okay. But she's quite a controversial figure, isn't she?
I wouldn't know that one, Honorable Vessels.
So you don't know that she left the force in 2013 due to misconduct claims?
As far as I know, I think there was a case that she had to attend in the Eastern Cape or Western Cape, where there were allegations against her in terms of how she was treating her members. But I think that case was resolved and she was cleared, and I think she resigned. She left, she resigned in the organization.
And then she's currently facing criminal injury charges as well.
That is the one that I know to have been concluded, but I'm not sure, maybe I might be wrong.
But don't you think it's quite strange that you said she knows him? Why would basic police training know Kat Madlanga?
If we look at the history of events now that I know, when he got that contract, General Tema would have been at the college at the time, and I think she would have been the head of basic policing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. With that sponsorship, you said that supply chain management approved the
Yes.
sponsorship.
Yes.
And the question was put to you, but the police internally was already aware of certain irregularities or possible irregularities. What is strange, and don't you find it strange that the red flags internally were already raised in March 2024 with regards to the tender of Medicare? How would the head of procurement sign off on this sponsorship if there was already this noise internally, and I would assume within supply chain management in particular, on this tender?
Honorable Vessels, I think some of the things baffle me. You know, when you are in investigations, and I think you don't get involved in matters of procurement or support for that matter, I wouldn't know.
Have you taken it further? Because this exposed you, the sponsorship, obviously, and you got approval from supply chain. Supply chain, we know now, already knew at that stage that there was something wrong, possibly with the tender. They signed off. So internally, there must be some investigation. Wouldn't you agree?
I know that there is an investigation that is now with IDEC on this particular contract. So I think that there was action.
On the contract, yes, but on the approval of the sponsorship, have you taken that further?
No, because now you just told me that already in March there were red flags. I think I will follow it up because I was not aware.
So I think that's your duty because
Yes.
it exposed you, as I said, and if there was then a mistake made, to avoid those type of mistakes with sponsorships and controversial tenders and entrepreneurs, there should be better safeguards. And
Yes.
obviously the safeguard was not in place yet.
I think even earlier in my testimony, I did say that this actually becomes a lesson in action for all of us. Thank you.
Then very quickly, General, just on the dockets, not the PKTT dockets, but the dockets that were requested by IDAC. You said, and the Honorable Matthys took you there, that you said that it's not strange or that there's no that it's not prohibited that dockets are taken from a station to head office. But surely there must be a reason. Did General Jacobs give a reason?
I did earlier said that no reason was provided, but upon following up on the matter and together with legal services, there was a service complaint that was attached to the dockets. But keeping them in his office on the safe, that was actually, I think, the practice that we don't promote in the police.
But what steps have been taken?
General Jacobs, I think, did write an info note to the National Commissioner where he clarified that there was no anomalous action with him taking the dockets, neither was the handing over. So if, for example, the National Commissioner felt that there had to be action, then it would have been taken. But I suppose that he took the report as a factual report and accepted it.
And at that stage, you were the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services, correct?
Yes, Honorable.
And he was Divisional Inspectorate.
Yes.
That reports to your position?
National Commissioner, no, not to me.
Directly to the National Commission?
Yes.
But you were the one that the dockets were requested from by IDAC?
Yes.
But he doesn't report to you at all. So if you found a problem here, you should have reported it to the National Commissioner, who you
I think, which is exactly what I did after picking it up. I then went to see, I think on the 28th of July, we had a discussion. This is where he then juxtaposed the time of the request together with the takedown of the PKTT.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vessel.
Honorable James, you are 20 minutes, start now.
Thank you so much. You're such a good chairperson. General, do you agree that those PKT dockets should have never gone to head office?
I do agree, now understanding and knowing what
It didn't really also go to head office. It went to General Sibia. Are we correct? Let's just be frank now. Those dockets didn't go because this way we say SAPS and we say head office and it went to Pretoria, we need to name a person. Those dockets left KZN and they went straight to General Sibia's office where they gathered dust. That's the truth. Am I correct?
I wouldn't necessarily agree because they were kept with SVC and that would have been in the same building that he sits as well.
Was that in General Sibia's office?
No, it was in Brigadier Hopultana's office.
General, I need you to answer a few of the following questions. Do you agree that the initial audit was skipped? The initial audit, when you collect dockets, because I've been working with SAPS for many years, and I know that when we ask for dockets to be removed or maybe prioritized, you have a notification. The first step is you have a notification sent to the local police station, the station commander, informing them. Then you have that detective coming, sitting in the boardroom, and there's an official handover, an audit of the dockets before they get taken. Was that skipped?
It wasn't skipped. If I may remind Honorable James respectfully that the dockets were not at the station, they were with the PKTT.
Yes, with the PKT.
And the commander of the unit, Colonel Kumalo, is the one who brought the dockets to head office. And I think when they were here, Colonel Mdluli, Brigadier Hopotata, and the team from the PKTT then did an audit of those dockets before they were handed over.
Do you agree with me that prior to this decision that the key role players were not engaged?
I do agree with
the
you.
The actual team, that they were not engaged on the intention of the minister?
I don't think they were also listening to Colonel Kumalo's testimony. I don't think there was proper communication to them. I do agree with you.
And also the custodian wasn't informed.
Exactly.
Do you then agree that based on what you've just said, that General Kwanazi was well within his rights to refuse those dockets back?
And which is why I never questioned and which is why I never differed with him. I think I understood because.
So we'd like to
process-
put on record that you agree with General, if you were General Kwanazi, you also wouldn't take those
I
dockets
also
back.
definitely I would not have taken that.
Do you think that those dockets would have been exposed to tampering?
I think there was a report compiled where General Muzipe was highlighting challenges. So I wouldn't know.
But you agree that because of the manner in which this happened, someone could have tampered with those dockets.
There is a possibility that I can't rule out because I was not physically involved in that process.
So hence, it is okay for General Kwanazi to say, I don't want those dockets back.
As a commander of the province, I think he was well within his right.
Do you agree with me that the minister actually intended to disband counterintelligence, given that counterintelligence was investigating Kat Matlala? Because I believe that PKT was disbanded because the minister thought that it was PKTT that did the raid on Kat Matlala's house.
And in actual fact, it was not even counterintelligence. I think that was a misunderstanding or a
There was a
misnomer.
task team that was established called Gauteng
Yes,
Counterintelligence.
actually, it was the detectives in Gauteng who were investigating the Aman Swart murder. But they, because of the security breach, I think that has been spoken about, including the issue of having been told about the envelopes, then crime intelligence had to be deployed as part of the security of those members and as well as the combat members. So people then thought it's the PKTT. It wasn't the PKTT. It was Gauteng detectives. Even I think as recently as now, again, when we were doing the awards, it was those 3 detectives actually who received an award.
So you agree with me that there's been a continuous assumption that it was PKTT
That was a
after Kat Matlala?
Yes, yes.
And not the
PK
detectives that you actually say.
Yeah.
And this is why we basically saw the disbandment of PKTT and not this other task team.
I wouldn't take it there, but I think the misunderstanding, I would agree with you.
Because if you look at the occurrence of the events and if you look at the dates in terms of how things unfolded, there was the raid on the Matlala residence, and then there was this New Year's Eve decision, disband immediately. Then you have General Sibia saying to you, you are dragging your feet. When we heard testimony from General Kwanazi, he also said that when he spoke to the Chief of Staff in the Minister's office, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Kabinde, told him that there was pressure. Do you see the link?
If I were to take this information as we see it in the public space and based on what you say, and I were to plot it on the analyst notebook, definitely the links would be there.
There's pressure from Sibia. The dockets go to Sibia. There's pressure from Sibia. Kabinde confirms, General Kwanazi says that he said there was pressure. The minister is also unhappy with the team for dragging their feet. What were the minister's words? I think it was to the SAPS officials in terms of the disbandment.
Yeah, he was.
In terms of the pace.
Yeah, he was dissatisfied with how far we've moved or how we have not moved.
So do you think we've been barking up the wrong tree here?
I actually wish I could have supported you in relation to forensic investigation because then we would know whether we are backing at the wrong tree or not. Yeah, but that is required because some of the things require more than just talking. I think we need to follow some of the issues.
I want to ask you, this issue of the fridge, it's bothering me. What is the mandate in layman's terms of counterintelligence?
Counterintelligence, I think we've got 2 angles. We've got the offensive one. The offensive one basically deals with dealing with your threats as they manifest. For example, if you have got a threat of espionage, sabotage, subversion, but also corruption. So then you would go offensive because you are responding to a problem.
Threats within which space?
Threats within SAPS according to the Act, within the whole of SAPS.
Within SAPS?
Yes, the whole of SAPS.
So threats that would compromise the integrity of
Organization,
SAPS?
Yes. Yes, that's the offensive side. And then the defensive side is looking at the people who are deployed to fulfill functions in terms of the organization. So here we are talking personal security. General Sintumule, do I have integrity for me to sit where I sit? Are there any threats in my life that could compromise information, things that we're looking at now? Do you have relations with questionable people who actually could compromise your work? So that is part of counterintelligence. And it does not only talk about personal security, also it talks about document security. I think we've also seen how people are moving documents and sharing documents. That is the mandate of counterintelligence.
So in layman's terms and simply put, it's to detect threats and risks within SAPS associated to SAPS members.
And you've got three options. You mitigate, which means you deal with it to manage it. You neutralize, you remove it. So sometimes it could even mean dismissing a person, or charging them. But at the end of the day, then you monitor that threat that doesn't re-manifest.
Okay. Are they effective and are they present at the moment? Based on everything that we've heard here, how many SAPS members have been compromised? You say counterintelligence is effective and they are present and working effectively in SAPS?
For example, if they were effective, our physical security, even in stations, would be intact. So what we have done, see, unlike I'd say security, all these are lumped within one environment in counterintelligence. So you would have people working on, and please, Honorable Malema, I'm going to use it as an example, working on maybe your office. They wouldn't just look at you, they would look at your office security, your physical security, they would look at your personal security, your documents.
Your bank account, your personal.
But in the, yes, everything, including your interactions, also like such things we wouldn't be dealing with because they would have been picked up proactively. But also maybe to take it further, in SAPS, the functions are not lumped. Physical security belongs with auxiliary services. And I think we just do your basic minimum to check cars that are coming in and out. We're not conducting counterintelligence.
Okay.
Okay.
General, sorry, I only have 10 minutes.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Okay, so with you having explained to us in layman's terms, the mandate of counterintelligence to monitor interactions, bank accounts, relationships of SAPS members with certain individuals. And then with all of this knowledge, General, and at one stage, I think you were heading up this department. You did not see anything wrong with asking for a sponsorship from Kat Matlala as someone who was the head of counter. The head of counter goes to someone that has not only a service provider, and remember your mandate as counter is to detect interactions, improper relationships. And here you are telling us, as the former head of counterintelligence, you approached a service provider, which number one is improper and makes this questionable, and you approached someone with 17 charges. That was more than just a sad moment in your career.
It actually is regrettable. And much as I can say it was innocent, I think from the look of things, it doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound correct. And it's something that will follow me. And no matter how much I can argue it out to say it was innocent, it remains. And again, as I said, it also exposes the vulnerabilities of us letting our guard down, relying specifically on supply chain to clear this sponsorship for us. I think it should go beyond that. So I do understand and agree with you.
Sure, General. You know why this is bothering me? Because I know we have these victim-friendly rooms at police stations who could have benefited from a fridge in one of our communities. You could have much rather donated that fridge to one of these impoverished communities. So we are and the reason why I'm asking you these questions, we are not only probing criminality, we are also trying to establish the people who are in these positions, are they fit for these positions? And are they able to make sound decisions in the best interest of South Africans? And this is why I am harping on this. And with this matter, you are left wanting.
I totally understand, Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Honorable James, you are asking a question about the credibility of the company that made that donation. And you once again, on a moral standing, say the fridge could have been given to a charitable organization.
No, Chair, I'm saying we have victim-friendly rooms at SAPS, part of SAPS, not a separate organization. It could have been used at community level. This is what I'm saying, at a police station.
Yeah, the question that you ask first is, where does the fridge come from?
Where does the fridge come from? The fridge was donated to SAPS, isn't it?
By who?
By CAT.
Okay. And you say it could have been used elsewhere charitably.
In light of the fact that she didn't have the history of CAT, so even if it came from a credible person, donating the fridge back to someone who earns a massive salary, that doesn't make sense.
Why don't we say that an honest police service disposes of such a...
Yes, so, but that is what I've been trying to paint here, Chair. The fact of the matter is based on the fact that General was the head of crime intelligence. This should have never happened.
Okay.
But since we are here now and we have these fridges, it could have been donated or given to one of the SAPs at the victim-friendly rooms. That is what I'm saying.
Okay. Honorable Nomval, your time starts at 6:30 and it ends at 10 minutes 7.
Thank you, Chair.
It is not 6:30 now. The discretion is yours if you want to start now.
Yeah, no, let me use my discretion, Chair. I'm starting now. I'm starting immediately. Good evening, General.
Good evening, Honorable Nomvalo.
At least inter alia, one thing that is commendable from your testimony is that maybe for one aspect, if we are to be taken to court for a finding that we can make against Kat Madlanga, we can have a witness who can testify to a finding that we would have made because his testimony is that he attended the braai. He did not attend the braai. He went there to fetch his wife. That is his testimony. And you have told us here that he was there in the braai because he attended, he participated. He did not only go there to fetch his wife. So if we can be taken to court, if we make a finding today that Kat Madlanga attended the braai, and Madlanga challenges that to be untrue, would you stand as a witness in favor of this committee and in favor of our finding?
Not only me, I think even the people who were there, but also further in one of the questions that Journalist Beer was asked, even at Madlanga, he did post that he invited him on that day.
Yeah. No, I'm
Thank you,
talking
Honorable.
about you.
No, yes, I do agree.
So you can be a witness and say
I
he
do
was
agree.
there, he stayed there for some time.
I wouldn't say for some time because we left after an hour, but when we left, I think they were still there. So probably then you can term it some time.
Okay. So tell me, General, why did you leave DPCI? I mean, why did you leave crime intelligence to DPCI?
I got promoted,
You got promoted.
yes.
Was there no investigation that was launched against you
That was,
for using slush funds in an appropriate, in a manner which is not appropriate?
I like the fact that you say it's allegations. I left the DPCI, no, sorry, the CI to go to DPCI. General Tele transferred me back to crime intelligence. And when I was there was an invitation, I think, to a church service, I think, and outside of work, with one of the people linked to the Miles Monroe, what do you call it? The foundation. And later, after we went, because I think in the invite it was said that,
The church service was in Durban, correct?
yes, it was in Durban, you are quite correct.
Organized by
Yes.
Mr. Marimutu.
Timi Marimoto, yes, but also there was, I think there was a Mr. Charles who was responsible for the foundation. And I remember I was in Venda when I was actually told that, no, but Mr. Miles Monroe is here. And if you can, please come with your husband to the church service. I take God seriously, and I went to that service only later to learn that only the tickets were paid for by SSA and General Lazarus. I never signed anything. He was the one who was charged, and I wasn't.
Were you not alleged to have used a car which you bought by slash fund for personal use?
The charge was that General Mdluli at the time, when he was the DEFCON, when I moved to DPCI, it was allowed. I offered to buy the car. And I think before it could happen, all these things happened. So
What do you mean
everything
you
I
offered
did
to
was,
buy the car? You mean from your pocket?
yes.
So the car was bought by you from your pocket,
No,
not from the
I
slash
meant
fund?
leaving DPCI. So leaving CI into DPCI, I offered to buy the vehicle, and I engaged the CFO who said it can be done. But before we could conclude that transaction, all these things happened and I couldn't take the car.
No,
I had to
I'm
take
not
it back.
following you, General, you will forgive me. I'm saying, is there no allegation that, or was there no allegation that you used slash fund to buy a vehicle and then you used that vehicle for personal use?
It's incorrect. The vehicle was your SSR, meaning that at the time as generals and brigadiers, when you do your covert operations, you then use that vehicle. But that vehicle also you keep with you and you use it like a vehicle that becomes your undercover vehicle. So I never used that car or bought that car. No, that's not true.
So the vehicle was purchased?
Yes, purchased for me.
Was
I
it a
did the
Fortuner?
purchase. Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
you also used it for personal use?
Yes, not just me, all of us. General Mukumalo, when he came into CI, that's the first thing that he stopped.
Okay, no,
Yes.
I'm not saying
No.
there's anything wrong. I'm
Yes.
just trying to establish the sequence of events.
No, understood.
Yeah. And did your husband ever work for, was he ever deployed to the TRT,
My ex.
your ex-husband?
Yes, he was.
Was he not implicated in an allegation of shooting a member of the public?
Not a member of the public. It was an operation that took place in Vosloorus. During an operation, I think the member who passed, he actually used his firearm for some reason. He discharged it, and I think the bullet went, and I went. I remember I drove. The R5 shot him here. R1 is his name, and he passed on that day. However, the investigation revealed that Arwani actually, the residue was found on Arwani's fingers, not on Tumule's fingers.
Okay, so there were no charges against him?
No, there were not. There was an investigation. I think it was an inquest, then a murder investigation, but then he was acquitted.
Okay.
Yes.
So you are saying it's a lie that you invited Kat Madlanga with his
And
wife
I will stand by that. I never invited.
your house? So if there's an allegation that says you invited them and they came through on the 21st of December, 2024, that would be untrue.
It would be very much untrue.
So you dismiss that?
Yes, I dismiss that.
So even if we can ask for footage,
And
we
as I
can't see
said,
them.
you can triangulate. I'm actually wondering, I'm an open book. If they can point at my house, I'll be very happy. My house is actually a panhandle. You can't even see it. That can be done.
Okay. I think you did not do justice to yourself and to Mr. Jacobs when you reacted to a request that was made by IDEC? Because I think it was going to be proper for you to first establish facts from Jacobs. Two, it was going to be proper for you to first educate yourself about the content in the docket before you give an instruction or an advice to Mr. Jacob to hand over the docket. Is that a fair criticism?
I think knowing now what I didn't know then, I wish that General Jacobs could have at least said to me, because the process was followed. He could have said to me, General, can we discuss? I need to clarify issues around those dockets. I think for me, I would have been in a better position.
Yeah, there's something that I would like you to clarify in your statement. But before we go there, who told you that, because we are saying in your statement, you learned about the legal opinion at a later stage? You are saying you learned on the 11th of December, 2024. How did you learn? Who told you?
Remember, I'm basing my testimony on Advocate Johnson's testimony, and I think questions which subsequently came from this house that at the time the dockets were handed over, there already was a legal opinion requested. And I think based on that, then after an Advocate Johnson's testimony, then I followed up on that because I was not aware. And only then General Van Rooyen then handed me over the copy of the legal advice which
On the 11th of
yes,
December?
on the 11th, yes.
2024?
Yes.
So the content was displaying, what was disclosing the content of the docket?
The letter I think is attached here as an annex, but it wasn't necessarily, it was just analyzing the validness of the allegations as made by Honorable.
So you learned on that day that some of the dockets were dockets which involved General Khumalo?
Only on the 26th of July, when General Mkhwanazi called me. And I think only after then, you can see, I only received this document from Major General Van Rooyen. I think I received it early this year, together with the report of General Khumalo from Gauteng and that one of Colonel Phillips.
So on the 11th of December, 2024, you did not come across that information?
No.
Was it not entailed in the documents that you perused, in the legal advice document?
I actually, and I said this, General Jacobs had the docket, he didn't have to bring them to me. He had to interact with IDEC. Hence, I call this an intervention, not necessarily to say that bring the dockets to me, let me look at them. They were requested because of that section 28.
No, General, my question is here. You are saying in paragraph 85, you learned on the 11th of December 2024 that there was a legal advice. Now,
okay.
Now, a follow-up question is, what was entailed in the legal advice? Was it not sufficient enough to show you that in those documents, in some of those documents, General Khumalo was also involved? That is my question.
Okay. In responding to that, I didn't learn on the 11th. I said, I saw after that the report, the legal advice was only signed on the 11th. I never got to see that legal advice. General Jacobs and I never discussed it. I only after the fact, and that would have been after 26th
So
of July.
you did not read the legal advice on the 11th of December?
No, I didn't.
You only knew that there was a legal advice?
Only after the testimony of Advocate Johnson.
In this committee, no?
Yes, in this committee.
No, but I'm talking about the 11th for now of December. So I'm saying you only learned that there was a legal advice and you did not read that legal advice.
I didn't.
Is that your evidence?
Yes, yes, my evidence is I didn't learn of the legal advice in December 2024.
Yes.
I only learned on the of the advice, I think when Advocate Johnson came to present herself to the committee.
Yeah. No, maybe let's go to paragraph 85, because
Okay.
yeah, I'm asking this question because I want to understand what is it that you exactly mean here.
Okay.
You are saying I only became aware that the legal opinion was obtained and signed off by the Divisional Commissioner Legal Services to Divisional Commissioner Inspectorate on 11th December 2024. So my question emanates from that statement that you have made there.
If we read this in context, it says, I only became aware that it was obtained and signed off on the 11th, not that I became aware of the legal opinion on the 11th, that it was signed off, hence I attached a copy.
Okay, no,
Yes.
it's fine. So how do you rate, in summary, the performance of the PKTT?
I actually looked at the method or the modality that they were using in terms of how they operated. It was something that in the organization, as I said, General Musikiri and I tried to do that through the gist to get experts together. And I think reading the reports, I think when they started, the picture of crime was red. But as they progressed, I think certain areas became green and they became neutralized. So
Okay.
that's my reading of their performance.
And then how do you characterize General Spear's instruction? Because he was insisting, I would say maybe he was putting pressure on you. How do you characterize that conduct? Was it within his scope or he acted ultra virus?
It was within his scope because remember he gave the instruction, I think when we went to report to the minister and we didn't have a report. So he was actually within his scope to push, but maybe push how, that with something else.
Yeah. The manner in which you are narrating the sequence of events here, the conclusion I can draw or the inference is that you were put under pressure to comply with an instruction of a directive. That's what I'm drawing because you are mentioning meetings from January, February. In February, the minister was upset. He said he's no longer going to speak with you in relation to this matter. He will speak with the national commissioner. So am I correct if I say you acted out of frustration and out of pressure that was put by General Sibia in you?
Maybe not even in terms of documentation. I think the calls that would be made to say, how far are you? I think I did say earlier, those would be maybe once a day or once in 2 days. And in all honesty, I just felt this must be done and over because it became unbearable.
But didn't you suspect something when they were putting that pressure to you, in particular General Sibia, to say maybe there's an ulterior motive here? Why this pressure? Where does it come from?
Honorable Nomvalo, I think the reason why I didn't call General Sibia immediately, General Kwanazi refused to take the dockets. It was because I mean, he kept on saying the PKTT is investigating me, you know? So I didn't want to get involved in that muddy process. Hence, I was actually stuck to the process, you know? And I didn't want to get myself involved in his emotional issues. Hence, I would actually even handle him and give him what he wants because my thinking was, here's a plan, fulfill your role, and then the rest can be dealt with.
Okay. So the minister, when he was here, he spoke about the crime and the murder and robbery component as a reason for, as one of the reasons for his decision. According to your knowledge, when was this component established? That does its establishment mean the PKTT is no longer relevant for its task. It must cease to exist, or it must be incorporated, or its duties rather must be incorporated to this component.
In relation to the first question, the PKTT with the work study, I think it was conceptualized either around 2018 or 2019, I can't remember. Sorry, I mean the murder and robbery units. So in the provinces, you already had those units. Now, for a team to exist, it doesn't replace the mandate of the unit. A team is established to deal with a stubborn crime problem, and it does not necessarily function, not necessarily within or actually parallel to that structure. So for me, the two at the time were not mutually inclusive.
So they could coexist.
They could coexist, yes, because the PKTT was dealing specifically with issues that were a priority for the province, and those were political killings. And then murder and robbery would continue with your generic murder and robbery investigations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The list has been exhausted. Advocate Mkhize, do you have questions that you want to ask?
Thank you, Chair. I just have one last part that we didn't deal with, but it's a question essentially relating to paragraph 127.
Okay, before you do that, I want to ask you one question. General?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
After you learned that at the party where you were invited, there was a person in the name of Madlanga, who you later came to know as a shady character.
Mm.
Okay, let me not say you, who South Africa came to perceive him as a shady character. Did you check who else was there who has also been or is perceived by society as a shady character?
Chairperson, as I reported earlier, I think there was no movement from us when we were at that party. So the people that I saw were those that I know, save for Advocate Chauke, but I don't recall seeing other people that maybe now are deemed to be shady characters.
So Advocate Chauke was also there?
Yes, he was there with his spouse on the day.
And when these revelations come, as a senior ranking police official, when these revelations come that at the party of your colleague, there would have been these characters, did your adrenaline go up?
To put it simply, National Commissioner and I discussed the matter, and we were laughing that for so many times that we have been there, we could have sat with people we don't know, you know. And again, it says, I think one of Honorable Malema actually said that you then need to begin to vet the company that you are around at that specific time. Even if you go to a party, I think it's good to know who is going to be there, which is something that we didn't do before.
And when these allegations come that you also underwent procedures like this and that, and maybe somebody would have paid for you, so you also get associated, you become a collateral.
In actual fact, I think what this did was defocus me in terms of my capacity and my work, and I think I became the face that benefited from Mr. Ket Madlanga. And I must say that emanating from just that party and General Temer's interaction, if people could click and do in terms of my history and my standing, I would do it. And in actual fact, moving forward, I did say, a lot of people that actually I felt uncomfortable with, even my own friends. From the moment I began to say, now I vet who stays in my space.
Yeah, General Kumalo, when he was here, he made a statement about the extent of infiltration that would have gone to the nook and cranny of the SAPS in Gauteng province. What is your comment on that?
In the police, I think we are almost close to 190,000 to 200,000 strong. My belief is that in that big sec, probably only 20% would actually be rotten. And unfortunately, then the whole sec is affected, you know. I heard General Kumalo, I think he was referring to the stations where they actually had to interact. And probably a sample of Gauteng then led him to that conclusion. But still, I would say we do have good men and women who are here because they want to serve.
Okay. So because one of our aspects that we are investigating is that of corruption within the SAPS. Do you believe, or has it been your observation that within the SAPS there are corrupt officers?
It goes without saying, one of the components that I also am responsible for is anti-corruption. I think the number of arrests that we are making on our own members, I think it's alarming.
Advocate Mkiza. Mkhalaka.
I don't understand. I mean, I think you in your conversation with the general, you don't mean that general, Advocate Chauke is a shady character. Because you asked the question, which shady characters were there? And in her answer, she said, I don't remember anyone except Advocate Chauke.
It's not me who said.
Yeah, so I'm saying, but she was
Can I
conversing with you
clarify?
through you, Chair. I'm just saying, we're not saying Advocate Chauke is a shady character.
Yeah.
And neither am I saying, I think I was saying that where we were sitting, we're not moving. So I didn't see anybody else,
Yeah.
save for the people who were sitting close to me. And I think he would have been one of them, but in no way am I insinuating
Yeah.
that actually he is. And I
And-
apologize if it came across that way.
And honorable member, even when I was asking her, I carefully used the word perceived. Yeah, so that we insulate ourselves from any other interpretation. Thank you so much for that. We must state it on record. That is not what we are saying as the committee. And it is also not what you are saying, Gerald Sintumule.
Thank you very much, Chair. Accepted.
It goes to our records.
Thank you.
Advocate Mkiza.
Thank you, Chairperson. Lieutenant General Sentimule, at paragraph 127 of your statement, there's just one aspect that we didn't deal with. You mentioned a Brigadier Majeng. Who is Brigadier Majeng?
Brigadier Macheng is a section head within quality, and I think she's the lady who actually admitted to having a relationship with Kat Madlanga.
Which division does section head fall under?
It's within Division Detective and Forensic Services.
Is that the division that you were heading up
Yes.
before you started acting?
Yes.
So the allegation that she makes at paragraph 1, what you say at paragraph 127 of your statement is that now I can join the dots. I want to cross-reference Lieutenant General Sibiya's testimony with that of Brigadier Majeng at the Madlanga Commission about the same and claim of a request to Mr. Madlala by a senior officer to pay for BBL. I don't want to make it necessarily about that.
It's fine.
The question has to do with the fact that your subordinate within your division made these allegations about you. And that same subordinate within your division has testified that she was in a relationship with a romantic relationship with Mr. Madlanga. Is it still your evidence that you did not know of Mr. Madlanga as a service provider?
I will categorically deny ever knowing Mr. Matlala, whether through work or personal. And Brigadier Macheng's testimony that a senior officer asked Kat to pay. I've produced my evidence to this committee. And I think she made the allegation, including the Ozempic. So she must provide her own, I mean, what do you call it, proof. But for me, whatever she said, it was based on her discussion with those that she discussed with.
Okay. What is your comment to having a subordinate within your division make such claims about you as her senior, who heads up the division in a forum such as that?
Yeah. What I've learned with both Madlanga and ad hoc is that you are dealing with people who actually find themselves on the back footing. And I think maybe me being one of those who are vocal about this decision, I probably found myself in the web of people who are trying to now say, we're not going to go down alone. That's my assessment. Yeah.
Have you interacted with her at work?
We don't even interact. She's a brigadier, reporting to a general in terms of her work. I actually work with General Manamela, not with Brigadier Majek. We don't even talk on the phone.
Now,
And we also are not within the same space.
leading to the part that you've just testified about, that you've produced proof that it was indeed
Paid
your
for,
own funds, personal funds, that made payments for whatever procedure you may have had. You testified that you took money from your credit card, into your African bank savings or check account. What was the purpose of a transaction was that your credit card, your
Yeah.
personal credit card?
Yes, because I had to do an EFT, not swipe, so I couldn't do it from my credit card. I think with Capitec doesn't give you that option, so I had to transfer money from one account to another. And I mean, as recently as I think day before yesterday, I did the same thing again when I was supposed to pay. My pergola actually flew, so I had to buy the roof, and I did the same thing. So that's basically how it works.
Is it because the practice, Dr. Pet, is it Dr. Pat or Pet?
Yeah, Pert.
Pert. Dr. Pert's practice does not accept card transactions. You have to pay and do an EFT into her account.
Yes.
So that money you would have transferred from your credit card
Yes.
into your check card and then to her, so three-way. Were you unable to make that transfer directly to her from your credit card?
No, I couldn't.
Okay.
I mean, I just gave you an example now, and I can open my app for you to see. I cannot transfer EFT from my credit card. It must go into my savings and then into my check. I mainly use my FNB account. That's my main account. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. I think we've covered the entire testimony.
Thank you so much. I want to, maybe before I make this announcements, let me thank the evidence leaders, Advocate Mukiza, and our witness, Gerald Santomun. We have come to the end of our proceedings with you.
Thank you, Chair.
And your surname is Sintomula, which literally means do not provoke me. And your name is Kosi.
Princess.
Yeah. Kosi in Chivenda is not,
Oh, it's King.
it's not princess. And you are a descendant of the Ramapulanas. So I listen to honorable members when they engage with you and the difficulties that you may be going through now. And when I look at your names, I can safely say it on behalf of these members that we believe that you are a woman of resilience. You are a woman of fortitude and courage. And you shall be able to overcome. So when you leave these proceedings, you must live here with your head high, that whatever challenges you may be facing in your personal life with a member of your family, because you are Kosi, and you are the descendant of the great Makado Chilawusiku Ramabulana, who defeated the Boers and drove them out of Skumansdal in July 1867. 13 July 1867. You will go and fight against this, what Honorable Saul has quoted, that no weapon from Isaiah 54, that no, I know it, Honorable Saul, that no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Yes. Members have cancelled you here. This country is affirming women leadership. And when you come before us with such an amazing profile and an impeccable credential, you make us to believe that the future is possible. So whatever negative encounters would have happened in your life, President Mandela has said that what becomes fundamental is that you are able to rise and face the new moment. Don't count how many times you went through negative encounters. Look at how you can rise and face the challenges as they present themselves before you. We want to thank you so much for the time that you had with the evidence leaders preparing your statements and the time that you created. We have been made aware of your difficulties even before you came to appear before us. But you still insisted that you, despite whatever challenges you are going through, you will make yourself available to consult with the evidence leaders. They told us here that some of the consultations happened on the hospital bedside. And even today, you came here having gone through another negative experience yesterday, but you are still here. Magongwana, Osarati Pakabale. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are going, and thank you so much for staying until the chairperson of the committee releases you. We have now released you from your oath. Let's hear what Honorable Skosana wants to say before we.
Yeah, Chair. Ngifuna ukuthi nje siyathokoza njengoba uthokoza uGeneral angithi simjwayele ngeuniform. Namhlanje akagcoka uniform ukhe wajika so angajika no ukugcina usolo uyalila. Ngiyakuthokoza.
You like it when she turns around. No. Honorable Skosan. This country, Honorable Skosan, this country still bears ineffaceable patriarchal scars. And in a forum where I'm presiding, I will not allow a situation where we parade a woman. We can't. No. No, 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 no. No. She was trying to demonstrate that the procedure that is alleged to have happened has not happened. And I think that was adequate. Anything beyond that amounts to patriarchal inclinations. Yes. Honorable Souls.
Honorable Chair, this African queen has shown that African women are not defined by what their bodies look like, what procedures they do.
Yeah.
Her affidavit shows it's her intellect, it's her mind, and it's her hard work.
Yeah.
We salute her for that.
Okay, I see that you are triggered, all of you. Can I check who wants to say something to General Sintumule before we release her?
Sorry, Chair, I think before you proceed, I'm already pulling the other incident, so it's okay.
Because I see
No,
members-
Chair. It must be noted that we never asked her to turn around. She did that on her own.
Okay.
And then Honorable Sangoni said it's not necessary.
Yeah.
And we stand by what
Okay.
Honorable Sangoni said. So impression must never be created that we asked her to turn around. She stood up and she did it, and Honorable Sangoni closed it.
Yeah.
This one of Skosan is on his own.
Honorable Sangoni. Okay. Thank you so much. Skosana, black man, you are on your own.
I was pulling your leg, Chair. There was nothing wrong.
General, I tsela cheo ba re ile zwa bote. Yeah. Ndi ba venda ba hasho. Ba ne chiende. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're breaking now. The next witness who must conclude business with us is Honorable Adams. So we are going to break for. It will not be possible for us to break for 40 minutes, so we will come back at 20 hours.
Chair, can you give parties 5 minutes, please, to ask him questions? 5 minutes each party.
I think enough. Even 2 minutes. No, let's hear Honorable Malema if there is agreement between you and Honorable Swords. How many minutes do you suggest, Honorable Swords?
20 minutes. That's the problem.
No, it's fine. The approach that we will take will be differentiated. If there are parties that need 5 minutes, we'll give them 5 minutes. We will give you a 20 minutes. Yeah. No, if you agree that one speaker per party, I don't have a problem. Thank you so much for returning from break. Good evening, Honorable Adams, our witness. Under oath.
Chair, sorry, exigence. The honorable member can wear a cap inside the house.
Yeah, we are still coming to that.
No, you're already questioning him with the cap inside the house. Well, that's where we should have started.
Yes,
I'm under the impression that I'm not an honorable member when I sit here, Chair. I'm but a witness.
Honorable Adams, you are still under oath, isn't it?
If I'm instructed by the benevolent Chair to remove the hat, I will do so.
Yeah, listen to me, you are still under oath, isn't it?
Yes, Chairperson, I am.
And you are appearing before us as a witness, isn't it?
Yes, Chairperson, I am.
And that does not take away the fact that you have been sworn in as a member of this National Assembly on the 14th of June, 2024, isn't it?
So just to confirm, Chairperson, the reason I did not argue the point raised by Honorable Nombalo was because he's an attorney and I'm not. It was made clear to me that when I sit here on this side of the table, I am not an honorable member of this House. But for the sake of argument and time, Chairperson, I will remove that. That is part of an anti-bullying campaign. Thank you, Chairperson.
It's not for the sake of avoiding arguments or for the sake of progress. The people that you brought here, when you introduced them the last time you appeared before us, you said these are the people who are your family relatives, and some of them are members of your party, isn't it?
They are all members of this party, Chair.
Yes. So you carry that heavy responsibility and obligation to represent them to their satisfaction.
I am in no way arguing with the Chairperson. I was just stating the facts that were said in the last meeting. But thank you, Chairperson. The point is taken in good spirit. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable members, Honorable Adams, our witness is here. And let me also greet the South Africans who have accompanied you here, who at all times give you their unconditional support. We want to thank you so much for your presence. Can I check honorable members who want to ask Honorable Adams questions? I see Honorable Vessels, Honorable Cooper, Honorable Kolabanat, Honorable Sols, Honorable Matthews, Honorable James, Honorable Ngango, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sanguni, Honorable Skosan. Your hand is not up, Honorable Sokanyila. Your hand is not up, Honorable Nombalo.
I'm giving my time to Honorable.
Yeah, you have to raise your hand so that we recognize you and allocate your time.
Okay.
And then when we have allocated you, you can give it to Honorable Skosana. So because if you don't raise the hand, you are going to forfeit.
No problem. My
Okay.
hand is up.
Can I check? Can I check honorable members from the ANC? How many minutes do you need?
2 minutes. 2.
Okay, together 30 minutes, Chair.
You need 30 minutes combined.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Honorable members from the MKP. $30 minutes combined. Okay. Honorable members from the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. 2020.
You need 2020. You mean 40 minutes combined? Okay, honorable vessels,
Chair, I think 10 minutes will suffice.
10 minutes will be fine with you. Honorable Nwango,
20.
20.
Thank you.
Honorable Matthews,
20, Chair, for both.
so it's 40 minutes.
Mm-mm.
Or
For EFF.
combined.
Mhm.
Honorable Sols,
30.
you need 30 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's now 3 minutes after 20 hours. So by 9 o'clock, the ANC.
Chair,
Oh, Honorable James,
again,
yes.
forget about me.
How much time do you need, my dear?
Thank you. 20 minutes, please.
20 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, by 9 o'clock, the speakers from the MKP and the ANC should be done. Hello, Honorable Noble.
I'm saying, Chair, within these 30 minutes, Honorable Souls must tell us how much is for preaching, how much is for motivation, and how much is for questions.
Yeah, and
Chairperson.
before, I mean, let me prepare the honorable members to also be ready to say hallelujah, praise the Lord.
Yes. You see, when you come to experiences of spiritual things,
Yeah,
time doesn't matter.
it does. No, I agree 100% with you.
Nomvalo, Honorable Nomvalo must just release. He must
That
just-
is spiritual food,
Yes.
reinvigorating.
In my time.
Yes,
Yeah?
yeah,
Yeah. So I hope he's answered now.
yeah. Are you starting, Honorable Ngola? You can start.
Thank you very much, Chair.
It's now 5 minutes past 8.
Good evening, Mr. Adams, and welcome back. Look, there is no doubt that what you experienced is something so unprecedented. It's something that we have never heard of. It's actually shocking. That's why you say at first, sorry, at first you didn't even know what to do with the information. And there is no doubt that it's something you are going to remember for the rest of your life. How come you forget the date when it happened?
Honorable member, it's a real pity my wife is not here tonight. Because she could tell you I forget my children's birthdays, and there are days I walk around in the house and then they tell me, do you know it's your birthday today? I'm terrible with dates. I'm terrible with small details. I do understand where you're going, but trust me when I tell you in all honesty, I do not remember the date.
I'm sure you sometimes even forget your birthday.
I actually forget my birthday every year.
Okay, now let's take you to paragraph 9 and paragraph 8. In your statement, yes. So, you say in paragraph 8 that you decided to hand over the information to SAPS. But to paragraph 9, on paragraph 9, you say you decided not to hand over the evidence. But later in your statement also, you would have handed over the information to someone from the state security agents. It's quite confusing from where I'm seated. To whom was the information handed over?
Chief, initially, when I walked to the police station, I walked from Parliament, I thought to myself, I'm not going to hand these documents to the constable, the sergeant, whoever's going to take the case. Because one of it is marked top secret. Thinking to myself, I'm going to give it to the investigating officer when he contacts me, so we can shorten the line of people that know what's in this docket. But then When I was tipped off to the fact that my dockets had gone missing, I decided I wasn't going to give it to SAPS. I was going to, well, not right then, but when the IG contacted me, when the IGI contacted me, I decided this is where my information is going to go. And I must tell you, in all honesty, it wasn't because I thought or knew that this was the right place to leave the documents. It was just, I literally wanted these documents off my hands, but I didn't want to give it to just anybody, if you follow me.
Okay. Now, you get this information and you rightfully say that you got confused to an extent you did not know how to handle this information. And with a possibility that this information may also be fraudulent. So when did you decide that it's an authentic report?
I didn't. Remember, I handed it to the IGI for further investigation because I had this feeling in the back of my mind, man, that somebody wants me to run to the newspapers with this. And I'm thinking to myself, but what if it's fraudulent? What if it ends up with egg all over my face? For this reason, I kept it quiet at the time.
So you have got your friend Lincoln. Is it Lincoln? Your friend?
Andre Lincoln, Major General Andre
Yeah.
Lincoln.
Was he working in the Western Cape or the Cape Town Central Police Station?
I actually would not be able to tell you. What I can confirm is he was the first head of the AGU. He was a very bitter man because they had been promised the type of resources allocated to the PKTT, and then the plug was pulled. So he was very bitter towards the SAPS.
So how does he get to know when, by who, and how were your dockets collected from the police station?
I would have no clue, sir.
And you did not ask?
I did ask.
Okay, let's go to the IGI. The IGI calls you and asks you about your cases. Does he tell you how he knows that you have opened cases?
No, sir, he does not disclose
He
that.
doesn't tell you. Are you people generally who called each other even before the incident?
If you had to ask me the day before who the IGI was, I wouldn't be able to tell you. We've never called each other before.
Okay. Did you know the information contained in the reports you received from the door?
I actually wouldn't be able to answer that. But what he did say to me is, I have an interest in the cases that you've laid. My office, rather, that I think I'm quoting him. And that was it for me.
So it did not strike you that at least you must be aware whether did the IGI get your contacts? How did he get your contacts? Because in the usual course of events, he will say, I am Xola Ngola, the Inspector General of Intelligence. I got your number from Kusela Sanguni. I'm calling you in respect of this. I got a briefing from so-and-so that you would have found yourself in this situation.
I would love to encourage you, my brother, to think a little bit more of our intelligence services. They have their ways and means of extracting information, like telephones, like emails. The IGI found my number. Maybe if, like Honorable Malema is insisting he gets an opportunity to sit here in this chair, he can tell us how. It's actually, I'd actually also like to know. I don't know how we got my number. And you know what the funny thing is that I don't think I was using the state-sanctioned WhatsApp at the time. I wasn't using the phone that was given to us. So that's actually quite an interesting question.
You're not using the Parliament one?
No, I don't use that for WhatsApp because I'm told that those things are hackable.
Do you know why the IGI was suspended by the president?
No, maybe the president will tell us.
You are not aware?
I'm not aware
of why you were suspended. Now, you receive a call from a lieutenant colonel checking you about your cases and wanting to meet you. So you say you successfully avoided meeting him because you were suspicious. So maybe you can, because in the paragraph you don't specify why were you suspicious of this police officer. And you say you were later vindicated. How were you vindicated?
So I've laid charges. The dockets are collected. We've now established that it was in a safe somewhere. So there was no intention from the SAPS to investigate. So now a lieutenant colonel calls me telling me he's going to investigate. Now, why I felt vindicated is because according to the SAP's structure, a lieutenant colonel does not investigate a general. So even if this guy was a genuine lieutenant colonel, he didn't have the authority to conduct an investigation. And for this reason, whenever he called me, I just palmed him off politely. No, man, I'm in Joburg. I'm sorry, I'm stuck in committee all week. I just gave him, because he called a few times, I just gave him an excuse every time until he went away.
Okay. I've never seen a grabber. At what times does a grabber become redundant? What did you actually mean?
You know, technology is a very funny thing. It evolves consistently.
Yeah.
Like an iPhone 6 is no longer in use because it's obsolete. So the grabber that was purchased by crime intelligence, by Dumasani Kumalo, mind you, they bought an obsolete grinder. See, the construction work in me is coming out. Obsolete grabber. They bought a 4G grabber in the 5G era. But I have a suspicion that they knowingly bought that 4G grabber. I have a suspicion that they never intended to buy something at work. Because if you look at what the rumors are that the price was so inflated, I think they just bought a grabber for the sake of buying a grabber so they could loosen some money. That is what my suspicion is, but it's not something I can confirm. Like General Mkwanazi would say, I thought to myself.
Do you know which year was this grabber?
I actually do have the date written. It's either in my office or at home, but I do, and I can supply it to the.
No, just the year. You said you are not good with dates.
I'm terrible with dates. Terrible.
Was it not 2017?
I don't want to lie. It could be, but like I said.
Was the evidence that we have here is that there was an attempt to buy a grabber by crime intelligence in 2017, but the grabber finally was not bought.
You know,
there are a lot of issues here, they say.
You know, Honorable Nolak, because I'm speaking under oath, I don't want to feed you the wrong information. So if I do have the chairperson's email, I can mail him the date first thing in the morning.
Yes, please, please do. Chair, no further questions. Thank you.
Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Adams, tell me, now that you've delivered your testimony, when all is said and done, what do you want us to take out of it?
I would like for this committee to just look at the facts. Don't take my word for anything. Look at the facts that I've supplied. Look at the facts that the accusing team have supplied and make a reasonable judgment and make reasonable recommendations. But I would like this committee to understand that at the very top of the South African police services, there's a cabal so corrupt, it threatens all of us. All of us. Honorable Kola Barnard, who I must admit I don't have much of a liking for, but she spent 25 years in this parliament doing her best. For a man to go on national TV and accuse her almost of being part of a cartel and then offering no evidence, that was defamation under oath.
Okay, sorry, I'm going to push you because of time. Let's look at these facts that you say we must look at. Now, the accusing team, I learned a new term today. I'm assuming that you and Ms. Mashale are part of the accusing team.
No, we are the accused.
Oh, are you the accused? Okay. Now that we've clarified that, Ms. Mashale says the information was not classified. You say it was classified. Which is it?
I thought parts of it were classified. Patricia wouldn't know any better because I never showed her the information. And I do think that she's trying to protect me somewhat, which you know what I love about her. But if I must tell you,
how does that help us? Because you said we must look at the facts. She had exactly the same information that you had. She says it's not classified. You say it's classified. Okay, how do you know it was classified?
There was on the one document, it was written top secret.
Okay. And now I'm trying to go to the facts now. One of the criminal documents you opened related to the abuse of the Secret Service account by Lieutenant General Kumalo, who you accuse of channeling funds of the PKTT. How much did he channel or siphon, or whatever the word is, and how did he do this?
You know, honorable member, if you look at The 2021 uprising in KZN, when General Mukwanazi and then Minister of
Ebe.
Defense, I forget her name now.
Nosiviwe Ngakula.
There we go. They were having a hell of a spat, and it was ugly and it was public. And General Mukwanazi accuses her of staying at a 5-star hotel.
Honorable Abrams, my question is.
No,
you
I'm getting to
accuse
it.
General Khumalo of siphoning funds.
I'm getting to it.
Mhm.
Then the general accuses the whole minister of staying at a 5-star hotel, as if it's illegal. But the PKTT is staying at 5-star hotels. And I'm telling you that this is one of the ways where they're siphoning money. So if you're asking me for a total, I'm not an accountant. I'm not a forensic examiner. I'm not even an investigator. I'm asking this committee to look at it. I'm asking the committee to summons the ledgers.
Okay, you
of-
can
of-
assist us with evidence that they were staying against government regulations, I'm assuming you mean.
Yes.
Okay. Then you say the PKTT is a private service of former Minister Ele. Can you substantiate why you made that allegation?
100%. So earlier I heard testimony, it was the Raptors testimony that the PKTT did not do the raid on Vusikat Matlala's house. The leader of that raid was in actual fact Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo from the PKTT. So I believe, and I believe that investigation will prove, that the PKTT is being used by former Minister Cele
No,
to
no,
bully
no.
people.
Mr. Adams, you've opened dockets, right? So I want to know, when you're making these allegations, what evidence are you relying on?
I never opened a docket saying that the PKTT is being used I never opened that docket.
Part of the dockets which accompanied Lieutenant General Mkwanazi's affidavit, where he lists each and every single docket that you put there.
So because General Mukwanazi says that it's a fact.
Okay, what did you then in your docket indicate?
Just show
Because
me the
he's
page
given-
number, please, ma'am.
I'm not sure if you have Lieutenant General Mkwanazi's
I do.
affidavit.
I do.
Okay, I will tell you the page number now as soon as I find it.
Somewhere. Brought quite a bit of paper with me. Just give me Mukwanazi's document.
If you look at page 3 of 8, it's the complaint. Okay, I don't have the pagination now. I can share it with you. But he says Orlando case number, and then he writes it out. There you spoke about Major General Dondo failing a polygraph. The next one, you accused General Khumalo of the Secret Service account. The next one, you said General Khumalo was involved in a cover-up of Valeria. And then you then said General Khumalo and Major General Lushaba are utilizing funds to purchase vehicles. Now, do you have any evidence to base any of these allegations?
I don't want to delve into the merits of the case, but all the evidence that I had pertaining to those dockets were
Do
handed
you
to the
have
IG.
evidence?
I handed it all to the IG. All of it.
So you said that, and I'm quoting here, that in a civilized country, if I could find it, in a civilized country, if Lieutenant General Mkwanazi did what he did, going around and speaking on things without evidence, it would have been dismissed or something to that effect. Why must we take you differently from Lieutenant General Mkwanazi? Because you come here and then you just say.
Don't take me differently. Take the judge who signed off on the arrest warrants differently. Because Khumalo is in court. Madondo is in court.
So you claim to have evidence of all of this?
I gave the evidence to the IG. I don't know how the IDAC got it, but what I can tell you is everybody in this room knows that General Khumalo was arrested.
Okay. On paragraph 25, you said General Mkwanazi would have been dismissed. Oh, sorry. On paragraph 45, you say no one disagreed with the disbandment of the PKTT, and here you're referring to the Police Portfolio Committee. No one disagreed with the disbandment of the PKTT until a reason was needed to attempt to complete the capture of SAPS. What do you mean by that?
Exactly what I say, ma'am. I was in the Police Portfolio Committee. Honorable Skusana was in that committee. Honorable James was in that committee. Honorable Kola Barnard was in that committee. And the disbandment of the PKTT was read to us as a fact. General Khumalo brought the presentation. There was not one word mentioned against it by anyone, including Mkwanazi, until they needed a reason to call a press conference. Now, please understand, when General Kumalo says that we've had one politically motivated killing in KZN this year, and therefore he essentially says the PKTT has come to the end of its life, I accept it as a fact. Mkwanazi, on the other hand, feels different.
So are you saying that the portfolio committee, as well as these generals, then got a reason to complete the capture of SAPS? I'm confused.
Not the portfolio committee.
Okay.
What was the reason for the 6th of July press conference? It was according to General Mkwanazi himself, because the National Commissioner was at the gates of prison. It was to defeat the ends of justice, if he was telling the truth. This is what I'm saying. It's about the capture of the SAPS. It had nothing to do with the PKTT. The PKTT had been agreed upon in portfolio in front of all of us that it was no
So you
longer
think
necessary.
Minister Mkhunu was correct to disband the PKTT?
I think that the minister may have overreached. I think he should have discussed it with the IMC, which I didn't think at the time. But I'm willing to concede that because I was in full support of the minister. However, there was no disagreement on the disbandment of the PKTT.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Cedric Ngabinde?
I've met him.
Before or after you wrote to the minister?
I walked into Mr. Nkabende in the road outside here. Must have been a few weeks after.
So you didn't know him before the
I
email?
never met the man before.
Okay, now on your annexures, and I do apologize, I don't have them in front of me now. Where you emailed the minister, where did you get the minister's email from? Email address?
If I don't want to lie, I'm almost sure that I got 3 emails from General Lincoln, and then he called me and told me the first one doesn't work. I think it was 3, but I think I sent it to 2 emails, I think.
Okay, so you emailed minister at 8:21, and then 4 minutes later you emailed Ngabinde. So what happened in those 2 minutes? Who did you talk to?
No. Nothing happened in between those few minutes. I got the email addresses from General Lincoln in the evening. And the morning he called me and said to me, that first email doesn't work. And then I sent to the other 2.
Okay, now why did you go to IDEC and not IPID again?
IPID is toothless and useless. How many cases have they refused to investigate? How many recommendations have they not made?
Why was this within the mandate of IDEC, according to you?
I didn't know if it was in the mandate of the IDEC. I'm testing anyone and everyone. And if IDEC didn't get back to me, I'd have mailed the FBI if I needed to, but we needed action on this thing.
But you chose not to go to IPID?
No.
Okay. So General Lincoln informed you that dockets were missing in the Western Cape. Who notified you in Gauteng?
General Lincoln again.
Oh, he also has access to Gauteng.
That man was a legend in the service.
What exactly did he do?
People respect Mr. General Lincoln for being who he was, for risking his life to fight for those of us sitting here today.
So what was his role that he could access such information?
I have no clue.
Very convenient though, Mr. Adams.
Why is it convenient now?
No, because General Lincoln is not here to give us this information.
I don't know if this is going to come as a surprise to you, but all of us will die. All of us.
So tell me, you said, okay, 2 days or 3 days after you messaged the minister, you contacted IDEC. Who did you contact at IDEC and how did you get this person?
I was given the number by General Lincoln. He did not give me a name. He just gave me a number. It was a female. I did not ask for a name. I said that I need someone to contact me. I'm a member of parliament. This is my number.
Okay, you had very scathing remarks to say about General Mkwanazi and the 21 July unrest. You said he took leave. How long was this leave?
I don't know how long paternity leave is. I've never taken paternity leave. Where I'm from, when your baby is born, you leave work, you go and check if the child has 10 fingers, 10 toes, you make sure it's got the family nose, and you go back to work. That's what I'm understood. That's how I understand it.
Are you from KZN with a wife from the Eastern Cape?
I'm from the Cape Flats, ma'am.
Okay, let me finish my question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
General Mkwanazi testified that his wife gave birth in KwaZulu-Natal. She is from the Eastern Cape. He drove through the night, took her home. Where we come from, that's what you do. Now, he went back to work, having checked the nose the following day. Now, that's why I'm asking you, when you come here and you say he took leave, what do you have that is contrary to what General Mkhwanazi said?
I'm not, you're gonna have to argue with Minister Nkula, because she's the one that says that they
It's
weren't
very
available.
convenient that when you ask direct questions, somebody else is responsible for what you're saying,
If
not
I
you.
was the defense minister at the time, I'd give you a direct answer. I wasn't. She's the one that was struggling to get a hold of Mkhwanazi. And also, if he drove through the night, that was one night. The case in unrest went on for weeks.
And he
Weeks.
testified that he was there. He wasn't gone for weeks.
Ma'am,
Okay, can you direct us, and hopefully this might be my last question. Which policy says that crime intelligence buildings can only be used by crime intelligence officials?
just a second. I actually do have the documentation here with me. But there is a policy on the purchase of buildings and the use of them. I've got a lot of documents here, but I did actually bring it with me. Just give me 1 minute.
No problem.
One second, Chairperson. Excuse me. I know I'm using your time, Honorable Member.
It's all right. We've waited long enough to have you sitting there, Honorable Aiden.
That was all the fault of management. I never ducked this committee once, only because I don't have to. Chairperson, here's quite a lengthy document explaining all of what the honorable members asked. May I give it to you so you can just hand it over to the rest of the committee? It's quite a lengthy document. If I start reading now, I'm going to use all of your time. Thank you.
Okay, and then my last question to you, you said that
Thanks, Chief.
on paragraph 25.1, under oath, General Mkhwanazi claimed he would arrest Minister Bheki Cele if he committed crime. Minutes later, he accused Mr. Cele of trying to draw him into his own wrongdoing, in spite of admitting to this house, blah, blah, blah. No docket against Mr. Cele, what. So basically here, the accusation is that General Mkhwanazi is favoring Bheki Cele or protecting, shielding him. What is this wrongdoing that you think that General Mkhwanazi should have arrested Bheki Cele for?
I wish General Mkhwanazi had told us, because he said it. He tried to draw me into his wrongdoing, and that's when I distanced myself from him, and that is a quote.
But is trying to draw somebody into wrongdoing, does it necessarily mean it's a criminal offense?
I don't know of any wrongdoing that is not criminal unless you're under 18.
Well, I don't know, because General Mkhwanazi apologized for having implicated Mr. Cele in getting money somewhere. Now you are expecting a document to be opened, and you put this in your statement. Document for what? Because that would be a crime that you're alleging.
If I am the Provincial Commissioner of KZN and I'm accusing the minister, a whole minister of wrongdoing, it will be in a written grievance or case number.
Or it could be a boys' trip, like he was telling us that they took boys' trips. Would that not be wrongdoing?
Maybe then
How do you come to the conclusion?
Maybe then the general
it should be a
clarify that.
crime.
Maybe then the general should clarify that.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'm done. Thank you, Honorable
Thank you,
Adams.
Honorable Member.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, Honorable Nwala said he wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, no, I will only ask 4 questions.
Tell General Mkhwanazi I say hello.
Let's go to paragraph 14 of your statement.
Paragraph
14.
14.
Yeah.
Yes, Chief.
You are saying it is deeply frustrating because if the committee had been allowed to do its job, many of these issues could have been resolved. Which committee are we talking about?
The Police Portfolio Committee, Honorable Member.
So it has not been allowed to do its job.
I was blocked. I have tried to get truth out of these generals, and there was no assistance from the management of the committee.
You tried to do what?
I tried to get answers out of these people, out of General Masimola in particular, and it just wasn't allowed.
Answers about what?
The hotels, the cell phone grabbers, the security.
So that is
clearances.
after you opened the case, right?
Yes, Chief.
So was it necessary for them to give answers to you whilst you have opened the case? Because
No,
the matters you were asking about were under investigation.
I think you have a fair point on the hotels, but then that didn't happen when I requested the security clearances of certain generals. When I spoke about the 100 million rand Mandrax bust, that was never reported, that no longer exists. Those were the questions I was coming at.
You know, initially I was under the impression that you were not aware that the documents that you claim to have found under your door were classified. I thought you were not aware. But you've just said when you were answering Honorable Ngola, they were written top secret.
One,
One.
only one.
So why did you not take them to Parliament,
It was marked top secret.
to the committee?
No, it was marked top secret.
So when you took them to the police station, were you opening a case or you were submitting them?
No, I did not submit them.
What were you doing?
I opened the case. I was waiting for the investigating officer to contact me. Then I ran it over.
Let's go to paragraph 45. We are talking about a transgression which was endorsed by the National Commissioner.
Just hold a second, Chief, when I'm struggling with my arm, please.
And we are saying this transgression, we are calling it a transgression because we are saying it is against SAPS protocol.
It is
The media briefing.
Act 56 of, I think it's 56 of the SAPS
What
media
does-
policy.
What does it say?
It says that you're not allowed to threaten journalists, and also you're not allowed to make claims that you cannot substantiate.
So which claims were made? Which
That
were
there
not?
are political, that there are members of parliament shielding cartels,
I beg your pardon?
that there are members of parliament that are shielding cartels. It
So-
was said.
So has that not been substantiated?
No. It
What-
has not been substantiated because Mkwanazi says so doesn't make it a fact.
No, I think you must say you don't agree with what. he
No, it
said.
has not been
Don't-
substantiated, Chief.
Don't say it has not been substantiated.
My leader, just because you agree with it does not mean it's substantiated. No evidence was brought before.
Just because you disagree with him doesn't mean it has not been substantiated.
So we can agree to disagree.
Okay. You are saying on paragraph 32. Matlala was the cash funeral of either General Masemula or Peggy Cele, or both. What evidence do you have to prove this?
You know, Vusikat Maklala has essentially put himself in jail by admitting that he's given Bheki Cele a cash gratification.
And then with regards,
So, can-
to Masemula?
I don't believe you can separate Masemula and Bheki Cele. Because if you look at the logical points of it, like Honorable James said earlier, if you connect the dots, excuse me. Vusikat Matlala received this tender. The National Commissioner has admitted that he was aware of the process, but he didn't stop it.
Of which process?
That Vusikat Matlala was about to receive the tender. He's admitted it.
No, but I'm asking evidence here because
I-
we are
I'm-
making.
Chief, I'm connecting the dots for you. Why is it okay that Sentimule can connect dots, but Fari
those
Adams not?
dots are invisible.
No, Chief. No,
I
Chief.
don't see any dots here.
No, Chief.
Yeah, only
Why?
seen by you. Which dots are you talking about?
Chairperson,
Yeah, I'm
hold on,
asking
I'm
for
speaking to the
evidence.
chairperson. May I speak to the chairperson? Chairperson, I'm going to ask that I be treated as every witness before me. The witness before me was allowed to connect the dots. I was sitting right there. The person who brought us here said, in my thoughts, in my
No,
opinion.
but-
Now I'm connecting the dots for this honorable member and I'm asking that you allow me to do it.
No,
please.
but dots can't be imaginary.
What?
I'm
dot?
talking
Am I
about-
imagining the fact
No,
that
no,
Vusikat
I'm
Matlala received a
talking about
360 million rand
evidence.
tender?
Which
Am I
evidence?
imagining that?
Which
am
evidence?
I imagining that he got 50 million rand out of the SAPs?
Which
Am I imagining
evidence?
this?
No.
Am I imagining the fact that Masimola is the accounting officer for the SAPs?
Yeah, calm down, then I'll ask.
So you
questions.
got the dots. I'll calm down now.
Calm
Thank you.
down, then I'll ask you questions. I'm asking you about evidence. Which evidence do you have which suggests that Masemula benefited
answer you this way.
unduly from Mr. Matlala?
Let me answer you this way. If Masimola does not receive a gratification, why doesn't he stop this madness?
Why doesn't he?
Why doesn't he stop this madness? Why doesn't he stop the tender or the payments? Why does he allow it to flow?
No, I'm not saying you must guess here and ask
I'm
me
asking for
questions.
questions, Chief. I'm not
saying,
guessing.
do you have evidence?
I've just given you the evidence.
But do you have evidence?
Okay, I'll tell you what, Chief. Let me concede the fact that I wasn't an eyewitness. But then let me ask this portfolio
So
to
you don't
investigate.
have, except
Can I
these dots,
finish?
except these dots that
Honorable
you are talking
Mavalo,
about.
can I finish? Can the witness talk?
The person, you can pass the mic to Honorable Skosana. Thank you.
Only-
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Adams.
Good evening to you, Honorable Leader.
Madam, you testified that you found an envelope containing documents alleged exposing criminal activity within crime intelligence that has been slipped under your office I'm not sure whether there's a carpet there. But I guess that we can get it for footage. Who has put those envelopes there? Because in our offices, there's CCTV cameras there. Am I right?
There's a camera in the passage there. And I would have thought that state security would have looked at that already.
Yeah, the chair, I think that's the first thing we should do. That we must, exactly get who put that envelope under the office of Mr. Adams. I think the secretary will have that for us. Can you tell the committee who authored those documents and how they were anticipated or verified, and why you accepted them as credible evidence before you open a criminal case?
Honorable Skosana, for the sake of time, I'm just going to refer to my previous testimony that I had no idea if these things were credible or authentic. I don't know who put it together. That is why I decided to hand it over to the right investigating body.
Yeah, but before you do that, you look at them, am I right?
I did.
Now, before you open a case, I mean, you can't just take a document because somebody said Honorable Nombal and Honorable Skosana have shot someone outside there, then you go to the police, am I right?
Yes, you can.
You'll apply your mind.
Yes, you can. It's up to the NPA to decide it is a case. That's why you open the docket.
Now,
I'll walk you through the process if you want me to.
No, I understand that. I understand very well.
But then, honorable member, don't tell me I can't do it.
No, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm saying that if people brings envelopes in your office every day, are you going to open cases every day?
Yes, all day.
Okay. You indicated that you did not initially hand over the documents when opening the cases because you feared the information was classified. Why were you fearing the information was classified?
There was one document that was written top secret and it looked official.
Well, was it outside the envelope?
No, it was inside the envelope.
So you opened the envelope?
Yes, I opened it. I had to read it. I mean, how else am I going to know what's in there?
Yeah. Now, hence I'm asking you, you said you feared, you were afraid of looking at this document. Am I right? It's in your statement anyway.
Honorable Skosana, I am from Lavendale 7945. We are afraid of nothing.
Yeah,
I opened the thing and I feared that it might be false.
You feared that it might be false. Now, can you explain where those documents were stored and who had access to them and whether there were verifiable chain of custody existed for the committee to assess their integrity? Talking about the committee.
I'm sorry, my brother. I can't explain because I have no idea where they came from. I don't know. There's a part of me that says I can't be the only member of this house that received those documents. Because we're a two-seat party. And I'm sure that somebody slipped that documents to many, many people. I'm just sure nobody else. Can I finish, please?
Yeah, because...
you asked me a question. Can I finish, please?
Yeah,
please.
You responded already.
I'm just telling you that I think I was the only one foolish enough to see this thing through.
Now, you rely on the advice from the late General Lincoln regarding the handling of these allegations. Am I right?
If I did not take the advice of Andre Lincoln, I would probably be in jail for sharing classified information.
When was that? On which month did you spoke to General Lincoln?
It was in the same week that I think it was a day or two after.
No, when? Which month is it?
I think it was in October. It is somewhere. If you want me to search, I can, but I don't want to use your time.
October when?
Just give me 1 second, please, Chief. I do not want to perjure myself. Just please. My hidden dates, we are not the best of friends. Can you just find me the first page, please, man? Please. I'll give you the date if you want to keep going, Honorable Skosana.
I'll wait for you. Because that's where the matter is now.
The first page. Sorry, man. Don't you have my statement as well? Oh, yeah, I got it. Sorry. I'm sorry, I gave her the wrong documentation. It was in the last week of October
Which year?
in 2024, sir.
2024, am I
Yeah.
right? Now, and when did you open the case?
The case numbers will give me the dates. I can share that with you. Have you got the case numbers there? Thank you. I'm looking for the case numbers. I've got it here. I didn't expect.
Okay, why you are busy? It's fine because of time. Did General Lincoln personally review the documents you received, and did he provide any written advice or corroborating evidence that supports the seriousness of these allegations?
I told General Lincoln what the documents were about, and he asked me if there was top secret in any of them, and I said yes, and he said, then don't show it to me. You'll get into trouble for that.
But you're in trouble already because you look at them as well.
I'm in trouble for receiving it.
No, I'm saying, you say, no, receiving is something else. You look at those documents, am I right?
I opened the envelope, yeah. That's what
So
we
you
do.
look at them.
So if you get an envelope in your office, you're not opening it.
No, I'm asking.
No,
I'm
I'm
saying
asking.
he said to you.
No,
But you can't ask me. Remember,
Chief,
I'm the one who's asking you.
I'm expecting you to be reasonable, but you're not.
I'm
saying
very
to you,
reasonable.
I'm saying to you, if you find an envelope on your desk, you're not opening it. So you're not doing your job.
No. I'm saying to you, you say General Lincoln said you should not look at those.
He said to me, don't show me the documents.
Right. Now, you testify that after being warned, the first docket might be suppressed. You open a similar case at Orlando and Laklachte police station. Why were you opening cases in 2 different police stations?
Because
in fact, it's 3. It's not even
3.
2.
So,
Yes.
so what happens is what happens is that when my dockets are collected here at Grand Central, I decide to make it hard for someone.
Whoever. Someone.
Well, right now it looks like Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs.
Yeah, but do you have evidence that is Peter J. Jacobs?
The evidence I'm relying on is General Sentimule, who spoke before me.
No. I'm asking you that. Remember when you open a case, you can't say the evidence is me.
Chief, nowhere in my statement do I allege that General Peter Jacobs collected my documents. I say my documents were collected.
Yeah, but my question is, did you have evidence on what you are alleging? I'm asking you why you went to 3 police stations.
And if you'll allow
and let me just finish by saying to you, perhaps you can clarify these 3 dockets, whether were identical and whether you inform investigators in Gauteng that the duplicate cases has already been opened in the Western Cape.
The documents were not identical. The reason I went to different police stations was just in case somebody was collecting my dockets again, I'd make it harder for them. And none of them were duplications. And no, I did not tell the police in Gauteng that the dockets were collected in Cape Town. I felt it was none of their business.
Now, you suggest that SAPS official attempted to suppress the dockets by diverting them to provincial office. What documentary proof or official records do you have that shows the removal of those dockets was procedural or irregular or part of a deliberate cover-up?
I am not an investigator. A man who I trust with my children's lives told me my documents were collected. That was good enough for me. What has since transpired, especially on the sworn statement of General Sentimule, was that my documents were in fact, actual fact collected, and that it was found to be with Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs. Now, I am not saying she's right. I'm saying this is her testimony.
Yeah, but now I need your testimony now, Honorable Adams. You testify that you met Inspector General of Intelligence and handed the information to Advocate Governor, am I right?
Yes, sir.
So you had copies of this document. You opened cases, then you went again to the Inspector General.
If you listened to my statement now the other night, I did not hand any information to the police. The copy that I had, I gave it to the IG.
So when you opened the case, you just opened cases in those.
I just gave a statement, a sketch of what was of what had happened, and that I wanted further investigation.
But because you were afraid of something, what were you afraid of?
A few things. My life, the documents disappearing, the suppression of the case, further cover-ups. I can go
Yeah,
on.
but why then do you open a case if you are afraid of dockets to go missing?
What are my options, Honorable Skosana?
No, I'm asking
The only
you.
place I can open where I can get a case number and have something investigated is with the SAPS. I can't have it done from Parliament.
Yeah.
I can't have it done from the hospital. I can't have it done from the civic.
True, I
Everybody-
understand that.
Can I finish?
Yeah, I understand that.
Everybody's asking this question, but nobody's telling me you should have done that.
No, I'm saying to you, remember, you don't trust the police, am I right?
Not at all.
But you still went to the police station to open cases in the police station, am I right?
I know people that don't like the day hospital, but they have to go and get their tablets there. I don't trust the police, but I needed a case number.
Yeah, now.
Am I right?
Or you only needed a case number, not the matter to be investigated.
I wanted the thing on record.
Yeah,
That's what I want.
That's what I'm saying.
Chief, my statement requires further investigation.
Yeah.
So,
Now-
so what I'm asking for is further investigation, as long as I'm in possession of a case number. So if they hijack, I can move against it.
Now, you made an allegation against General Kumalo that his testimony relied on the material generated by, what do you call it?
AI.
ChatGPT. Yeah. Do you have evidence of that?
If you read his testimony and read what AI gives you, it's virtually identical. But I'm glad you bring up General Kumalo, Chairperson, because I would like to retract my retraction now the other night. General Kumalo was in actual fact the head of crime intelligence KZN at the time of the KZN uprisings, Honorable Skosana.
No, I understand.
No,
that.
no, can I
but
finish?
I'm asking about the,
No, just because
evidence.
you just triggered something. You asked me to retract, I retracted. I retracted wrongly. He was the head of intelligence KZN.
Yes.
He was the reason for the failure of intelligence that led to the deaths of 300 people. But back to the point again.
Sorry, can I beg your pardon? You said for the failure of?
He was the reason intelligence failed KZN with the 2021 uprisings.
Do you have evidence of that?
The Human Rights Commission will tell you. I've got the report here if you want it.
Yeah, no.
Brilliant. I'll give it to you right now.
No, listen to me. We all know the report from all our state institutions, whether it's Human Rights Commission, but I'm saying, you are saying to us today that the person who's responsible for the upheavals of the July 2021 is General Kumalo.
Chief, that's not me saying it's the Human Rights Commission making a finding.
I'm asking you now, because I'm talking to you. Human Rights Commission will call them at the right time if we
Honorable
need to.
Skosana,
I'm just asking you.
Honorable
Say,
Skosana,
are you saying?
Let me help you. You're
Yes.
asking me for evidence. I'm saying here's the Human Rights Commission report. That's evidence.
So
that is
it's
evidence.
entirely on John.
That is evidence admissible in court. You don't need to like it, but that is a fact.
No, I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just asking you to say, are you saying today that because the Human Rights Commission says that in one of, not necessarily in one of the, you are saying it's General Kumalo who's responsible for July 21 unrest.
I'm
Am I
not
right?
saying he's responsible for the unrest. I'm saying he's responsible for the failure of intelligence.
The failure of the intelligence.
Yes.
And General Mkwanazi, you said because he was on leave.
Man goes on leave while his province is burning, so there's nothing I can do about that.
No, I'm saying we are blaming him as well for him to be on leave.
I'm telling you the man went on leave, sir. I'm telling you that any man who would have stood by the hospital window and watched his province burn should have been fired.
So I'm asking you, it's not about sentiments here. I'm asking you a simple question. Are you saying it was wrong for General Mkwanazi to be on leave because they are banning Spar supermarket or they are banning a stadium or whatever?
Because 150,000 people lost their jobs and 300 people lost their lives. He shouldn't have been on leave.
Let me say to you, if he was in, those people would have been alive today.
We could have saved lives.
I'm asking you.
We could have saved lives.
Yeah.
The troops work best when the general is
let
there.
me ask you, Mr. Adams.
I'm not saying that 300 people wouldn't have died. I'm saying we could have saved 1 life, 10 lives, 15 lives. Who knows?
Yeah, but remember, those culprits, if I may ask you, are those culprits being arrested as we speak here?
You know, this is something that I feel very passionately about because the 300 people killed during the KZN riots, those were politically motivated deaths. And the PKTT is not investigating that.
No.
So you are asking the wrong person if the culprits are being arrested.
No. Some others is not politically, as you say. It was thugs. Thugs who killed, I don't know if you want to mention their name because you know them in a particular suburb. They've
Honorable,
maimed people going, passing the door, innocent people. You know that.
Honorable Skosana, the Human Rights Commission says it was politically motivated, and I take their word over yours. Are we okay
No,
with
no,
that?
but let me tell you,
Are we okay
the
with-
fountain of wisdom is not only human rights commission in this country. We have many institutions here. We've got parliament as well.
Chief,
We need to probe that. We can't say because human rights commission said so, then we are closing our eyes.
I will welcome you, Chief, if you start probing it, but that's what I have before me right now. That is a finding, that is accepted, and that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, now, you criticize the SAP's leadership for failing to name cartels operating in South Africa. Can you provide the committee with an independent intelligence report, case files, or investigating finding confirming the existence of such cartels that SAP's allegedly ignored?
Can I answer you like this? At the press conference, the cartels was the headline. At the ad hoc committee, there was no information on the cartels. You can't ask me-
Why are you saying it was
Can I finish?
headlines?
Can I finish?
Yeah, but don't,
Can I qualify my answer?
Yeah, okay.
Honorable Skosana, this can't work, my brother, man. Please, if
yeah,
you
but
ask me a
don't
question-
mislead us, please, because when you say headlines on the July 16 about cartels,
The most striking part of that July 6th press conference was the cartels.
yeah, but that's for you. For me, it was not, and for other people, it's not.
Let me retract.
Cartels.
Let me retract.
Yeah.
But at the July 6th press conference, it was about cartels and the existence of cartels and the politicians protecting cartels. And at the ad hoc committee, it was no, we've got no evidence of this.
Yeah,
Then they name a thug. Vusikat Matlala is a thug as a cartel boss.
No.
But
Yeah.
they've got no proof of that either.
Yeah,
So,
but-
so you, Honorable Skosana,
Yeah,
you
but-
cannot ask me for the evidence of cartels if the head of intelligence can't provide you evidence of cartels.
Yeah.
He's the one sitting with a R1 billion budget, not
yeah,
me.
Yeah, but listen to me, Mr. Adams. If you have evidence is not information. Information is not evidence. We are giving me information. That's not evidence. There's a huge difference between evidence and you said there's facts. And I'm saying to you, isn't correct for you that you have facts.
Any-
It's facts for yourself. You cannot be facts for all of
Any-
us. We must still probe that.
Any
Do you agree?
Any investigation starts with information.
Yeah, and then now
What
are
I'm
you saying-
doing?
are you saying to us you've got evidence?
Of cartels?
Yes?
No, I'm not the head of intelligence. Ask Dumasani Kumar.
No. Because remember, it's you said that to me. You've got evidence. Most of your things, like you said.
When did I say this to you, leadership?
No, documents which they put under your carpet, you regard it as evidence. And I'm saying it's not evidence.
I regarded that as information, therefore I laid a charge.
Yes.
I'm
So
struggling with
it's
you here. I'm
not
struggling with
evidence.
you here.
But do we agree that is not evidence?
What is not evidence, sir?
Those documents you have.
A judge finds that there's prima facie evidence.
I'm saying to you, I'm saying to you, we are saying the judge, I'm saying to you, is that the evidence? Because the matter is still under investigation. There's no judgment on that.
So you understand how prima facie evidence works?
I understand, yes.
Well, that's what a judge found. So the
So-
judge found enough prima facie evidence to authorize the arrest of a whole general, knowing what the implications are if it's false.
No,
Can you let that sink in?
no. Let me ask you this way, Mr. Adams. Are you blaming General Mkhwanazi to tell the country what is happening in this country? Let's start there.
Am I blaming General Mkhwanazi?
Yes, for what he has done on the 6th of July.
General Mkhwanazi played the last card available to him. He called the press conference man, and he told lies. And all
No.
and you asked me a
No,
question, let me
no,
answer.
no.
And all this was done to save his bra,
No.
Masimola, from arrest.
no.
He's admitted to that.
Who admitted to that?
General Mkhwanazi said that.
He said he was saving the national commissioner.
That's what I just said.
Where?
Chairperson, help me.
No, I'm asking you where.
Chairperson, help me. Ek is in pyn. Hier kry ek nog 'n kop.
No,
Help me.
Mr. Adams, let's not go gossip here. Because those things are maybe on the street there, not in our COCO committee where I sit.
Honorable Skosana, General Mkhwanazi says that he tried to save the National Commission.
No. Give us that evidence, Mr. Adams. I've never heard that.
Well, I'm happy to play it for you inside or outside, sir.
Yeah, please, if you can, if you have that, please
I will
play
find
it.
it to you. I'll send it to the chairperson.
Because for me, it's for the first time I'm hearing that.
Let me quote General Mkhwanazi for you. The National Commissioner was at the gates of prison.
What's
That's
that?
what he says.
Was what?
Am I the only person in this room that heard it?
No, you are talking to me. I'm the one who's asking you.
I'm telling you what he said, Chief. You are free to
He
dispute it.
said the president what?
He said the national commissioner was
Yeah.
at the gates of prison. That's the reason for the press
Was
conference.
against the president.
At the gates of prison. Can I have a blackboard behind me? I want to write in big bold letters.
Oh, gates of prison. Oh my God.
No, it's not got nothing to do with God. It's got to do with fraud, corruption, and nepotism. Don't blame God for this.
Now, because of time as well,
Thank God.
you suggested that businessman Vusi, inverted commas, Matlala, because he's not yet found guilty as well. So it's still an allegation against him. Am I right?
Vusikat Matlala has been jailed for 4 years. He's a criminal.
He has been jailed for 4 years.
He was jailed for 4 years. He's
No,
admitted it.
I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about now. The case
He's still a criminal. He's a convicted criminal. Whether you like it,
Yeah.
whether you don't.
No,
He's
no.
a convicted criminal. He's a boof. He's a scallum.
Yeah, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm talking about this matter now. I'm saying to you, you are saying Vus Matala may have acted as well as you say he's a criminal, you know, whatever.
I don't say he's a criminal. The court say he's a
No,
criminal.
but I'm
No, but
still
you must
on
stop twisting the facts to turn your narrative
No.
here. Let's say it together. Vusikat Matlala is a criminal. Come work with me.
No. I'm not in a shebeen. I'm in parliament here.
But you're acting
No. I'm not going to dance to that. I want us to have facts here.
Chief, here's the
Let us
fact.
not be.
Chief, here's the
Yeah.
fact. And your lawyer colleague next to you can confirm Vusikat Matlala is a criminal.
Yeah, I'm saying to you now, to you, I'm putting this to you. What direct evidence do you possess that links the timing of that press conference to an attempt to obstruct the influence of potential criminal procedure against the National Cocoa Commissioner? I'm talking about evidence now.
The only evidence I have is the testimony of General Mkonazi.
Yeah,
His own words.
But do we all
Oh,
listen to him? Maybe you listen in the other way around.
If the evidence is there, it's on the YouTube, it's on everywhere. Unless you're going to discredit Mkonazi himself, because that is what he said. He said it. He said it himself. He was under no duress. There was no gun to his head.
So he said the National Commissioner was on the case of the prison. Why? Did he explain on the press conference?
That is what I wanted to know from this committee is why didn't you ask him that when you had the chance?
No. You are part and parcel of the committee.
I'm not part of this committee, Chief.
No, I'm not talking about ad hoc. He's coming back here. I'm talking about the portfolio committee. Because remember, he started there, am I right?
Yes, he was there.
Yes.
Yes, he was there.
Do you agree?
Yes, he was there.
Did you ask him there then?
No, at the time, I'm still processing what was said.
Yeah, so if I'm saying to you, we are still processing that too, yeah. What's wrong with that?
What are you processing?
What do you ask me now to say why you haven't asked him?
But he was right in front of you.
No, he's coming back here.
Well, then, hallelujah.
Chair, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. This has been fun. I'm going to, Chairperson.
Can you please retract that? It's funny, Chair, because we are not here for
That's
fun.
funny. I said it's been fun. I enjoyed it as fun. Chairperson, can I just request just a 10-second recess? I just need to grab a tablet behind me, please. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I just need to grab a tablet behind me.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
But before you use the time that you request, can you recite those lyrics again so that Honorable...
Oh, that Vusikat Matlala is a criminal.
So that Honorable Kwalabanat
She better be nice to me tonight.
can also tune in. Yeah? Because I see Honorable Skosana is like me. We are used to the notes. You learn the notes do, re, mi, fa, so.
No, we will sing it on the plane when we go to KZN tomorrow, Chairperson.
So if you just want to start without the notes,
No, Chair.
yeah, you start with lyrics.
Chairperson, can we get back to serious business, please?
Honorable Kwalabanat, are you ready?
Thank you, Chair. I would ask that my colleague perhaps moves a little bit. I can't see the witness. Sorry.
Out.
No, not you. Thank you. I'm sorry to do this to you again.
Should I move to another chief?
No, He's very obliging. Thank you very much. Let's start with what is your personal theory on who is leaking information generally from crime intelligence, let alone classified information, and to what end? Because there are now constant reports, weekly reports, pouring out of crime intelligence and in the newspapers and the news online.
The honest answer, Honorable Kola Barnett, is I don't know. It is a concern because if you go onto social media, there's like 7 or 8 people constantly posting sensitive things. I mean, the fact that the IGI's report has been leaked to the media, it's a concern. I don't want to mention a name without even a little bit of information because I don't really know people at crime intelligence, to be honest with you. Because General Theo, in our last discussion, that must have been 2 weeks ago, told me that this is a ticking time bomb. He said it's only a matter of time before someone gets killed because of these leaks. So it is a real concern.
Look, I agree with you in your statement that the JSCI did not exist at the stage when you received the documents. It was only constituted on the 1st of April 24. So your options were indeed very limited. And that fact meant you had to go to the SAPS or the Inspector General of Intelligence or both. So what outcomes were you looking for in terms of both of those visits?
I was just looking for justice, Honorable Kola Barnett. And I told someone, I think it was the weekend, I wish I'd thrown those documents in the bin and just forgotten about it. Because it's actually turned my life into a nightmare. There was a stage, and there's people behind me that can confirm it right now, where I would have to have armed people collect my kids at school, where I would ensure that my wife didn't walk anywhere, not even to the shop, because it was hectic. The strain on my family, for all the good that may come out of this committee, I don't know if it was worth it. I don't know. The times I had to move my family from our home because we were just concerned about the amount of cars stopping when the neighbors tell you about people stopping in front of your house, taking pictures of your home. It was a nightmare. So there's a big part of me that wishes I'd torn those documents up and just walked away. But when I look at what these people have allegedly done, I'm actually very glad that I didn't.
I'm not sure if you're aware of the 2018 high-level review panel report on state security and the state security agency known as the Mufamadi report, which found that excessive secrecy and the cloaking of activities under national security were used to conceal widespread criminality, corruption, and political factionalism within the South African intelligence services across the board. Now, that was released by the president in 2019 and provided a damning indictment of the agency's operations. It seems you're claiming or agreeing that exactly the same thing is happening in crime intelligence, using secrecy to cloak criminality.
I wasn't aware of the report, Honorable Kola Barnett, but it does not surprise with me.
It's not a secret
It's not,
report, it's
but,
out there.
but I hadn't read it, but it doesn't surprise me. And I'm 100% in agreement in what was said, because it does appear as if there are people at crime intelligence and at SAPS as a whole who see the funds from crime intelligence as their own personal ATM.
Now, this committee is looking at possible criminality within our security services. Now, what you've raised here speaks precisely to that. I've never seen classified documents outside of the JSCI, so it's a mystery how you came by them. I don't know who leaked them to you, put them to you, shoved them under a door, whatever they did with them. So you spoke to the information about properties purchased by crime intelligence, which now seems to be endlessly reported on, presumably also via a crime intelligence leak. Do you have contacts within crime intelligence who speak to you regularly?
No, ma'am, I do not. I do not.
So where are the leaks from?
I tell you again, I don't know where those documents came from. And if I knew, I would certainly tell someone. Maybe not you, but I would have told someone. I don't know who put those documents there. I'm hoping the cameras will reveal something. That is the reason why there are cameras. If I wanted to lie about where those documents came from, I would have said someone left it on my windscreen. Someone left it at my Mitchell's Plain office. There are no cameras there. I'm telling the truth that I walked into my office and there it was.
Okay, your theory on why this particular entity is leaking like a sieve? To what end?
I think that it's a factional thing. I think that one set of crooks might be trying to oust the other set of crooks, but we also can't discard the possibility that there may be good policemen left in crime intelligence that are really trying their best to clean up. I don't know. I can't give you a definitive answer, but it wouldn't surprise me if one band of crooks wanted to get their hands on the till.
I do believe there are good cops within crime intelligence, within the state security age, everywhere. And I think, and I've seen what's happened elsewhere, when the good cops become overwhelmed, they've now reported things, they're ignored, it's shoved under carpets, something breaks eventually, and this information starts pouring out. My personal theory is that's what's happening now, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, do you believe that the late General Lincoln, had he lived, would have been tracked down and charged for speaking about this matter with you, for advising you to do what you did? After all, we see whistleblowers today hounded, killed. Have you felt physically threatened personally?
I've had the feeling that I was being followed many, many times. My children have told me that there's a white car driving around every second corner they walk. We've had that. And General Lincoln told me that he was looking forward to a fight with the people that run the SAPS. And I must be very honest with you. I was looking forward to having him sitting behind me tonight. It is a real pity that he's not here.
Paragraph 13. You say you were deeply suspicious of the motives of a man who asked to meet with you as he was to investigate the cases you'd opened. You explained earlier how you avoided his calls. Now, what made you suspicious? Some might say paranoid, in terms of a police officer saying he was going to investigate your matters.
Yes, he called. And my issue was, I'd laid the charges, my dockets had been collected. So there was no intention to investigate until I'd spoken to the IG and the IDAC. But when he introduced himself as Lieutenant Colonel, because again, I said to him, I think my first conversation went along the line of we can meet next week. But then I said to General Lincoln, Lieutenant Colonel, I think it was Phillips, called me. And then he said, Lieutenant Colonel. I said, yeah, because I didn't find anything wrong with it. And he said, but a Lieutenant Colonel can't investigate a general. And I said, what does this mean? Break it down to me. I'm stupid. I'm slow. Then he said to me, Fadil, this is going to be covered up. It's at this point I decided I'm not meeting you, Lieutenant Colonel.
Paragraph 15, you claim that Lieutenant General Khumalo purchased a redundant cell phone grabber. Where did that information come from? Is it a reference to the notorious 45 million rand spent on the grabber pre-Nasrec?
That is 100% the grab I'm speaking about. I mentioned that in portfolio also, it must have been 18 months ago.
Yes. What prompted you to begin asking about the lack of security clearance on the part of various top police officers? I've put out statement after statement over the years, many years, about exactly that. And the way top police officers, they dodge it, they duck, they dive, they won't go. But what prompted you to query this at exactly this time?
I am convinced that the carnage on the Cape Flats is happening because we have unqualified people in the wrong positions. If General Patekile does not have a security clearance, he shouldn't be operating as the provincial chairperson, provincial commissioner. If General Magashalala does not have a security clearance, he should not be the head of detectives of this province. Now, I can't confirm if they do, I'm using them as examples. But what I'm saying is that it is widely said everywhere you go that there are many, many dozens of generals who do not have security clearance because some of them can't even apply because they've got criminal records. Now, these are the people that the force cannot keep on. We can't under any circumstances. So the reason that I'm so upset about all of this is I can't verify it, but I've read somewhere that our intelligence budget was cut by 100 million rand to purchase these hotels. Now, 100 million rand puts boots on the ground. It puts drones in the air, and it puts investigators on the road. Now, children are being raped and killed daily. because there's not enough funds. Right around the corner here sits organized crime. Policemen that are expected to combat cartels are working from cell phones because they don't have laptops. But we're buying Lani hotels, 45 million rand grabbers that don't work. Top of the range sports cars if we want to. Meanwhile, poor children continue to die.
Paragraphs 23 and 4, you seem to link the 26th of June 2025 arrests of the Crime Intelligence 7 to the press conference of the 6th of July. Now you say 6, actually it was 7 because Lieutenant General Lushaba was rearrested, so that makes 7. Kumalo, Madondo, Lelakalaka, Gabela, Nkube, and Mokwele, they were granted 10,000 rand bail. They were ordered not to enter the premises of Crime Intelligence, but Lushaba, of course, remained in custody as his other matter, for which he'd been arrested a week before, was it was a Schedule 6 criminal offense. So owing to his pending case, it all became very messy, and such did not reflect on his affidavit. Now you seem to link their arrests with the July 6th press conference. Was that deliberate?
You know, Honorable Member, I watched that press conference at home. And I said to my wife, this has got nothing to do with anything except the arrest of Kumalo. Little did I know that I'd later hear it's because the National Commissioner was at the gates of prison. That press conference was a show of force, like he says. It was a show of force to threaten all of us. Arrest my friends. You'll see what happens. There was no other reason for guns behind him. There was no other reason for the camouflage uniform. It was a threat to this house, to this democracy, and to the rule of law. That's what it was. Hence my statement, Mkwanazi is a constitutional delinquent and is not fit to wear the uniform.
Have you had any feedback from the IDAC on their investigations into the matters you raised with them?
The only feedback I ever get from the IDAC is that the investigation is underway and they are making progress.
Final question. We read earlier today with an earlier witness about the internal SAPS report that cleared Lieutenant General Kumalo of the charges, your charges, as there was no evidence supplied. Now, how do you view that the SAPS believe that unless a civilian provides concrete evidence, the charges must then be dismissed? It does seem to me, in my many years on the Police Portfolio Committee, that so often a criminal charge against an officer who's in court being charged criminally, you see the same person being cleared internally.
But what do you expect when the head of SAPS legal is Becky Taylor's former legal counsel? What do you expect? And I'm asking this committee to look into the appointment of that man. And also look at his standing with the LPC, because he calls himself advocate. But when we check with the LPC, we don't find a record of him there. Please, he was appointed as Chele was leaving office. And we are reliably told that there was no interview process, no advertisement. So please, look at the man who finds Kumalo not guilty without seeing the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
I'm coming to Kilbuta.
Honorable Thopa.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Honorable Adams, and to your family that's here with you. I hope you're doing okay there with your shoulder.
Thank you, Honorable Klopper. See, guys, I told you it was nice.
Honorable Adams, during your testimony, you did make a statement, and I wrote it down when you were speaking to Advocate Makhatse. You said you're a self-proclaimed conspiracist theorist. Could you just explain why you said that? Because we're dealing with lots of contradictory information. We're dealing with a lot of testimonies back and forth. Why would you use that statement?
When I say I'm a conspiracy theorist, it's based on the simple fact that I genuinely believe that where there's smoke, there's fire. You know, I've been a thief long enough in my life to know that when something goes wrong, there's generally a thief involved.
Don't even know how to respond.
What are you saying, leader? No, some of us can admit to our shortcomings, Chief. I was a thief for many, many years and more.
Thank you for your honesty, Honorable Adams. When you were questioned, I noticed a discrepancy. When you said you made the cases here in Cape Town, then the dockets were fetched, you went to Gauteng, you mentioned that the you had a feeling something wasn't right. A little later, you said General Lincoln had actually warned you. And I just want to know which one was it? Did you have a feeling, and I ask it with a reason, or was it General Lincoln that warned you?
Chief, just to put it into context, General Lincoln warned me. He called me and told me your dockets. I remember that conversation. So your dockets have just been collected. I'm like, General, what does this mean? He says, it's in the provincial office. And me being stupid, I say, what does it mean? He says, it shouldn't have happened. They've broken the law. They're going to cover this thing up.
So General Lincoln was warning you, and it sounded like he had solid advice. He was telling you what was happening. Did he share any other suspicions with you?
No.
There was nothing else that he was
He
giving you
did not-
information of that could have assisted you and this committee?
No, he did not share anything with me. But let me tell you how solid General Lincoln was. General Lincoln was the type that could call me at 9:30 at night and tell me, you need to get to Woodlands quickly. Say, what's the matter, General? They're about to start shooting. He was that good.
All right. Thank you, Honorable. You said that you didn't inform the investigating officers when you made the cases at the second and third police station. Do you not think, in hindsight, it would create a bit of confusion and hamper investigations instead of insisting it?
No, because when I got onto that plane to Johannesburg to lay the charges, I was convinced that the cases that are open in Cape Town would never be investigated here.
And you said you don't, I can't verbatim recall the word you said, but you said you didn't think the minister handled the matter properly at a stage. You went to him after because you don't trust SAPS. Then you found a problem with him. He did reply to you within an hour, the chief of staff again within 40 minutes. What exactly did he not do according to you that was, who could have done better? Let me ask you in that way.
Well, there's always something that can be done better. I expected the minister to be harsh in portfolio. He wasn't. I also wrote to the minister. I asked him, I mean, this is much later. The IGI has concluded his report. He's confirmed this with me. He says the report is with you. Please bring it to the portfolio so we can discuss it. The minister didn't reply to that. At that stage, I was under the impression the minister was part of the cover-up. Today, I understand that I was wrong.
Honorable Adams, when you open a case, then an investigating officer wants to speak to you. You say you politely declined. You found reasons not to speak to him. I do want to understand. You open a case, someone wants to investigate it, then you decline to speak. And I understand your reasoning, but I'll get to that in a second. Does it not undermine then the credibility of the complaint? If you're refusing it, and I'll get to the ranking now in a second.
Chief, remember, the dockets have been collected. My conversation with Major General Andre Lincoln is, they're not going to investigate. This is why I go to Johannesburg. This is why I email the IDAC, I call the IDAC. This is why I go to Joburg, to Pretoria to see the IGI of intelligence. Only after this do the SAPs want to speak to me. So the ranking thing was explained to me by General Lincoln, but in my mind it was, why now? If you understand what I'm saying.
I do. Is it possible that the Colonel Phillips,
I think it was Phillips,
was appointed to investigate that the dockets were interfered with and not the criminality or the allegations that you made? Because there's two parts to this, Honorable Adams. The one part is that you make an allegation and that needs to be investigated. But the second part is you're saying, well, my things were tampered with. You've gone to the IGI, you've gone to ADAC, you've gone to the minister. Everybody's investigating now this matter. Was he then not appointed to investigate the tampering?
It would have made sense if I had laid a service delivery complaint. I hadn't.
No, I understand. I saw that in your testimony. But I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, because they have realized now there's tampering, like what you explained. So someone had to investigate the tampering.
You see, in my view, it's not that they realized there's tampering. They had tampered. So for me, it was a case of the IGI is investigating. Hopefully the IDAC will investigate. We don't need the SAPs to investigate anymore. That was just the way I saw it.
No problem. And no, I'll leave that. Honorable Adams, I'm not an expert just like yourself. You've said it, and I'm not shy to say I'm not an expert at these matters either. But the question I also wanted to ask, when you spoke about the files being fetched in Cape Town, and I want to understand, is that not also possible procedure, considering the high profile nature? I mean, these are classified documents. We know people got arrested. My question is that a possibility or not a possibility?
No, sir.
Because
There
you
was
had
no-
contact with Lincoln, I can
There was no that was exactly what I asked. Is it not because of the profile? And then General Lincoln said to me that the SAPS and the SANDF are the two most structured entities in the country. And if you don't follow the protocols and the procedures, your head will fly. There was absolutely no chance of that happening. None.
Honorable Adams, you also make a very bold claim about SAPS having stolen the mandrakes. And you went on to say that in your testimony, while you were verbalizing it, you said that, well, if the National Commissioner didn't know, he knows now. Do you have any evidence of the SAPS actually having stolen that? And Honorable Adams, I'll ask this, I think, with the same passion that you have, and I really hope you do have evidence.
You know,
because I feel strongly about my kids, the same as what you do, and we wouldn't want our kids getting hold of drugs.
You know, Honorable Kloppa, I asked the question in portfolio. I gave them the case number. I said, here you go. Here's 100 million rands worth of mandrakes that has disappeared. I mean, that has been confiscated. Why is it not in the media? I was given a response, and it's in the minutes which I've submitted, that it's undergoing further investigation. When we checked a few weeks ago, months ago, on the status of that case no longer mentions mandrakes. It talks about firearms. So the question we have is, what happened to the mandrakes? And therefore we say it's stolen. I know it's a bold claim, but let the National Commissioner come and make a different one, because 100 million rands worth of mandrakes, that's almost exclusively sold here on the Cape Flats. And that is why it's personal to me.
No, 100%. And I think those are the questions that needs to be, that's why I'm asking them, because there is an opportunity to still question. And I want to ventilate these issues because it doesn't help if you don't come forth with it now, it will be lost. You made another claim about the PKTT, and you said, you bet your seat in Parliament. I think I heard you correctly.
You did.
And you said that, other people are staying there. It's a money laundering thing. I want to understand, do you have any evidence of this as well? Again, I'm asking, and I hope you have evidence of people staying there, because it's not that it's trying to prove you wrong, but it's about having when we have to compile a report, that there's actually evidence that we can use to substantiate why we want something followed.
You know, Honorable Kloppa, when any SAPS team, task force, unit travels, you know where they stay? They stay at the City Lodge. 1,000 rand a night, 1,100 rand a night. The PKTT is being housed for 10,000 rand a night. So I'm saying to you with confidence that if I am wrong, I'll happily vacate council, our parliament. But I'm asking this committee, because those hotels were bought with the proceeds of the police portfolio's money, I'm asking the committee to subpoena the ledgers and the books so we can see who's being invoiced for what. Because I'm telling you with confidence, and I dare General Kumalo or General Masimola to go and lay a charge against me in the morning for what I'm about to say. That hotel is part of a big money laundering scheme.
You stated in your evidence after meeting IDAC, you considered that the case was finalized in paragraph 11. Is that correct?
I considered the issue finalized in that I've done my job.
Correct.
I've given the information to the IGI. I've described to the IDAC what's happened. I'm out of this now. That's what I'm thinking. The investigation must flow. And if the documentation I handed is fraudulent, nothing will come from it. And hopefully someone does their job if the information is verified.
You then, I think the next paragraph, you spoke about you went to the IG. You gave all the information over to Advocate Governor. And in this paragraph, I would think, well, now it's final.
Yes, essentially.
Did you do anything after this you've gone to IDAC, you've done that. Did you consult with the police portfolio? Did you consult with the minister? Did you consult with anybody after this?
I decided, after bringing things up at the police portfolio, that it was hopeless, in my view. And I say it again, it's a self-criticism. I sit on that portfolio as well. I did not speak to the minister further. I do not have the minister's number. I don't have conversation. The only minister I actually speak to is Gayton McKenzie. And that's more of a, it's a whole colored thing. It's a different type of vibe.
Uh, I want to ask this question. You say you considered it finalized, but you've also at the same time in this committee spoken about a very strong conviction of you, accountability, transparency. You wanted to see prosecutions. Did you consider it finalized personally, or, well, whatever happens, happens kind of finalized?
No, I considered it finalized personally. As in, I've done what I can do. There's no more I can do after this. I was just too happy that someone was saying that they'll investigate.
I understand. Honorable Adams, it was alluded to previously, and I'm going to bring it up again because it bothers me to a point. You can't help if someone slips something under your door, as much as you can't help if someone leaves something on your windscreen. I understand that. And your name has, according to you, also been dragged through the mud. Your family's in danger, and all of these type of things. And I know it's not your job to investigate either. But in order for your own name, why didn't you try and get camera footage already? I mean, I'm just looking at it from a logical standpoint. If I was in the firing line, I would have definitely tried to at least get camera footage, find out who's scanning. And you said it when you were verbalizing again, 6:15 every morning you're in the office. So, you have a timeline, you have a whole schedule.
Honorable Klopper, I was under the impression that state security would have done that already. Therefore, I didn't bother. And also, I'm concerned about the safety of the person that slipped it under my door, to be honest with you.
Say again, sorry?
Recently, I thought to myself, how long is this person going to live when they find out his identity or her identity? So, for me, I'm hoping state security knows who it is, but I'm also hoping they don't disclose the identity because funny things are happening right now.
You see, Honorable Adams, I think the problem that I have with this type of how this matter was dealt with is in this case that maybe did work out in a great favor, that people were arrested and brought to book and are facing trials and all of that. But we also have heard in many of the testimonies here with just banning PKTT, exposing people, suddenly withdrawing them, it put them at risk. And I think that's the reason I'm concerned about the way the crime intelligence or the information is leaking. Because today it works out, and tomorrow someone's dead for the same thing. And I think that's what concerns this committee, because our terms of reference isn't to decide whether you're guilty or innocent or prosecute you. We're not prosecutors. I don't pretend to be one. But it's to understand, how do we strengthen our institutions? And if people are allowed to walk into parliaments and slip a paper under your door that's got information, I mean, they can slip into parliament and slit your throat too.
I don't disagree with you, Chief.
So
I do not disagree with you one bit.
Honorable Adams, I'll rest there. I have actually quite a lot of more questions, but okay, I just want to ask this quickly. Three short questions. You obviously have been following the committee and all of these committees of the ad hoc commission, and you are aware of the allegations made by Kat Matlala that former Minister Tlele received large sums of money.
Yes, I am.
You're also aware former Tlele also met with Kat Matlala according to his own witness statement, where Mr. Matlala proceeded to tell him he was being pressured into false statements against SAPS members for the theft of Rolex watches, etc.
Yes, I am.
Literally admitting that he was lying and putting fellow policemen in prison.
That's why I said he's a thug.
According to your statement, paragraph 25.1, you say General Mkhwanazi knew former Minister Tlele was attempting to pull him into wrongdoings, but did nothing to distance himself. Are you then saying that General Mkhwanazi is protecting former Minister Tlele?
Honorable Nombalo, I think it was Nombalo, he actually makes a good point. Because when I heard wrongdoings, I immediately I imagined all types of criminality. But it could have, or was it Honorable? It was Sangoni, sorry. It could have been something like a naughty boys trip. It could have been a night at Mavericks. So that part of my statement, now that I have another view of it, it could have been anything. But at the time, yes, no, he's protecting Tlele. But like I say, I'm looking at it from another angle, and there is another explanation. And I must be honest about it.
All right, I just asked because I've also listened to statements and I've made my own notes, and I mean, we also have to make something out of it. So it's a nowhere I'm alleging it, and I hear what you're saying, but we, as you explained quite nicely, I know you're trying to connect the dots, and that's exactly why we're here.
100%.
My last question to you is, you refer to General Mkwanazi as a constitutional delinquent. And is it because you describe him like that because of the the July 2021 riots?
No.
Or is it because of his interpretation of the classified documents of criminalizing crime?
100%, Chief. He makes this allegation that I belong in Paulsmoor. You know, it's a real proud colored stereotype. But then why do I belong in Paulsmoor? Because I laid charges. Because corruption must be classified. He's a constitutional delinquent. I'll say it to his face.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. I really do appreciate all your answers, and to your family that's been here again with you after we weren't able to question you last time and spent the whole day here again.
Thank you, Honorable
very
Prof.
much.
Honorable Tsotetse. Good evening and how are you? Welcome. Did you come here with Honorable Adams? Okay. The EFF next speakers.
Chairperson, Honorable Malema has a really stern look in his face right now. I'm feeling intimidated.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I'm not going to ask any question. Where you are seated, you must know there's nothing wrong you have done. No one must ever, ever try to tell you nonsense. There's nothing wrong you have done. You come across information, you go to the police. And what police do with it is none of your business. You have reported it to the authorities. That's how it works. Where should you take that information to? To the same corrupt politicians who are in cahoots with thugs, whose political parties are formed with blood money, and tell you, no, take parliament, take it to parliament. Which law is that? You come across nonsense, you report it to the police. It doesn't matter who is being implicated in the nonsense. There are no holy cows here. There are no holy cows here. We are here to investigate wrongdoing. It doesn't matter who has done it. No one. No one is above this constitution. No one is above the law. No one. I would have done the same. I did the same in 1998. When some of them were in Pampas, I reported SARS rogue unit. It was reported by me for the first time. And where did I get that information? The same way you got the information. Sneaked under the door of the ANC Youth League when I was the president of the Youth League. That we were being listened to by the SARS rogue unit, all those who support Jacob Zuma at that time. So how you get top secret information and things like that, there is no formula. You reported that matter to the police. That's the beginning and the end of it. Do they want something from you? If they are legit, they call you, you give them whatever you have. That was the right thing to do. That's what we members of parliament must do. We come across anything, we report it to the police. How are you going to know that it's top secret if you don't open the envelope? How do you hold an envelope like this intelligently and say this is top secret? Because you have to open the envelope and you have to find it written top secret for you to declare it top secret.
I believe Honorable Skosana knows how.
So there is absolutely, members of parliament have got a duty to report wrongdoing to the police. They can still come here and hold the authorities accountable, but that doesn't take away the fact that if you see anything wrong, you must report it to the police. Whether you are right, whether you are wrong, it's not for me to judge. They must do an investigation and they must come back to you and say, Honorable Adams, you were wrong. There is no prima facie evidence. Whatever you gave us doesn't work. So those are my remarks. Please, you must never be worried. Some of us have been worse than what you are going through. We joined this thing The first thing they told us when we joined the struggle was that we must never be scared of policemen. Why should they use a policeman to scare us? We must never be scared of death. And we join this thing, we put our families at risk. We do it consciously for the good of society. So we must never, through the intimidation of the kids and the wife and all those, be made to retreat and be scared of thugs that want to intimidate you. Stand with the truth. That's all you need. Otherwise, after standing with the truth, even if you die with a clear conscience that I was never on the side of wrongdoing. Even when it was fashionable to do so, I've never compromised the truth for political expedience. Over to you, Honorable Mates.
Oh, she's going to ask the question.
Yeah, you can ask me a question.
We don't have many questions. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Adams. And it's more an observation, and you can comment on it. So when they were contacting you and you said that you gave them the runaround, right? Because they were not supposed to be allocated those cases. Do you not think that it would have been better for you to say, hey, Chief, like how you tell us here, Chief, this is not, and explain to them that from what you understand, that you should have not been allocated these dockets to investigate as well, because you also contributed to the confusion later on that happened around the dockets.
You know, Honorable Matthias, in my view, the confusion was created by the generals who came to sit here. I didn't want to let them know that I knew more than what they thought.
Okay. So you were also...
No, the fact that a full general, well, a lieutenant general can come and sit in this chair and tell you as honorable members that a colonel was going to investigate the general, it tells me what he thinks of you.
But that was before.
No, what I'm saying.
I mean, what happened when you went to open the cases, it was way before we had that here. So I'm saying you already had information,
Yes.
right? That you must just give them the runaround, and you didn't want to let them know what it is you were doing.
100%.
So that's what I wanted to understand.
Thank you.
Then that's fine. Chair, on the Mandrax case, as a committee, we must write to the National Commission. We must also let that go under the radar. Honorable Adams has brought it to our attention, and we must get exact details and ask specific questions about what happened to the case. Why is the case now? What an firearms.
It's become a firearms case.
Yeah, and it must be done as soon as possible. Just quickly, you haven't spoken much about your relationship with Lieutenant General Sabia. Or do you have one? And
I have more of a relationship with General Mkwanazi than Sabia because I actually sent Mkwanazi a WhatsApp once. I've never spoken to Sabia. I've never seen him outside of Parliament. And after what I've heard, I never want to either.
that was my next question about whether you were surprised. So you don't speak kindly about the KZN Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi. Why do you believe when he said that he did the press conference because the National Commissioner was at the gates of hell? Why do you believe him on that?
Because I know all the other parts were rubbish. I know the talk of the PKTT was rubbish. Okay, the 121 files at the time, there was a question mark about, but the people who've testified have put even more shade on that. I know that myself and Honorable Kola Barnard are not involved in cartels. So the only conclusion I can come to, it was about the arrest of his friends. There's no other conclusion for me. If General Mkwanazi can come and sit in this chair and produce 1 ounce of proof about the allegations he made, then we're good. He hasn't. I watched him. I listened to him. His testimony is, I thought to myself, and no General Kumalo will come and confirm, but then he doesn't. The man lied to Parliament. He lied repeatedly. And I hope he doesn't get away
Were
with it.
you surprised when he said that our National Commissioner was at not the gates of prison? Were you surprised?
I was.
And you believed him immediately?
Well, General Mkwanazi says it. He's got a relationship with Masimola, not me. So obviously there was a discussion, and I can even tell you that there was probably a discussion about the press conference as well. Because he calls that press conference and he gets away with it without any disciplinary measure. So I'm assuming the National Commissioner gave him consent to do it.
And do you know anything else? Any other information outside of what Lieutenant General Kanazi said about the National Commissioner being?
No, ma'am.
Would you, nothing, you don't have any information that we can follow up on?
I'm actually busy working on the Red Cross issue right now, so I'm done with SAPS. I've had enough of this.
Or you moved on. And then just my last, and you can comment on it, but Chair, we should also make a decision that we follow up on the hotels, and that we write in, we get whatever information that we need on the ledgers to be able to do that.
Come on.
And not let this also go under the radar. And when we go into deliberations, we can't, you know, take positions or make findings or do recommendations without having that information as well. And I hope we don't have too many hurdles with us being able to access that information. That's all. Thank you, Chair. I think President just has one word.
Sorry, Chair. I just want to say this thing that the honorable member says, it's here. Mkwanazi, during his 2-day testimony that concluded Wednesday, claimed Masemola narrowly escaped arrest due to a sinister political plot linked to interference in Hawks appointments. He said it here.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. You behave.
Bangazita.
Why are you pointing at me, Honorable?
I was joking, Chairperson. I was
have
joking.
anything to do with this?
The speaker who is recognized is Honorable Mnwango, if we can respect him.
Thank you, Honorable.